So stupid.
Good morning.
Let's get the pain out of the way early.
Why'd you do that?
Because I had turned my mic on already, and instead of turning it off to tap the windsock onto the mic, I decided to do it real gently. Let's get the pain out of the way. I'm following.
I was gonna say I'll leave now then.
No, not that pain. That's the good kind of pain. Hurts so good. Come on, Lonzo, make it hurt so good.
I definitely want to leave now.
I'm following training camp around the National Football League, as I have to assume we all are. I'm following training camp around the National Football League, and I like to, I just like to check in. A lot of camps are putting up extravaganza videos right now to show you just how super duper awesome your team's going to be this year. It's the perfect football time of year because everybody's undefeated. There are 32 teams in the league that have a shot at the Super Bowl right now. Woo! It's exciting. We're gassed up. Preseason starts tomorrow. In 24 hours, we will have 14 hours left to go. I had to do the math in my head. Adding 12 to 2 is tough to do.
It is 6 a.m. So
it is 6 a.m.
Not everyone can add this early.
I can add later, but it was real tough right now. In 24 hours, we will have 14 hours until toe meets leather and the preseason is underway. We're all sorts of excited. Why wouldn't you be? Your team's undefeated for half of the league. You're like 4 weeks away from your team not being undefeated anymore. That's where it's great. It's fun. Awesome. Let's go. So this is a fun time of year, and I really do spend a few minutes most nights taking a spin around training camps. And I kind of, I focus in on Carolina, Atlanta, New Orleans, Tampa, the NFC South. I check in on those chefs. I check in on all these, on all the teams that I think are going to be relevant to this show. The teams we cover geographically and the teams that I think will be in the chase in some way, shape, or form. And so yesterday evening, I was spinning around training camp coverage from throughout the day. And I came across a clip from Tampa Bay practice. And it kind of hurt both like my feelings and my hips and lower back a little bit. Jenna Lane is a reporter for ESPN locally covering the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And she did an interview with Tampa Bay star wide receiver Mike Evans. And she was, like training camp is for most, I will say for most of us. For a lot of us, it is about football. I'm breaking down Hunter Renfrow film like it's the Zapruder films, right? Like I love this time of year because I think there's a lot you can learn about what players and teams have gotten better at, gotten worse at, taking a step forward, taking a step backwards. I am fascinated with what's happening with the Chicago Bears right now. I'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show. But it is also for not diehard football fans, right? For the casuals. And again, casuals is fine. We love casuals. There's room for casuals in this show too. For casuals, training camp is getting to know you, getting to know all about you season. Like you're getting to know the guys on your team, whether they're the new guys or maybe you're learning some new stuff about old guys, whatever. So Jenna Lane did an interview with Mike Evans, and it was kind of a getting to know you fluff piece, right? Which is fine. There's room for that in coverage too. We love sports, but we like to connect with the athletes. It is no secret in the industry that I am in. it is no secret that human interest stories matter. And even when I'm talking X's and O's and formations and audibles and motion and tactics and all the big time stuff, I also usually try to tie it into the human interest element somehow because we love some drama. And in order to have some drama, you got to know the guy you're talking about to make you care. If he's just a faceless dude with a helmet on, you're not as connected as if you, it turns out, have the same band is your favorite band, or you like the same food, or you got the same, bedtime or morning routine, or whatever connects you with these guys. So I'm flipping around last night. I'm like, let me check in on Tampa Bay. I try to stay really connected with the NFC South squads. So I'm like, let me check in on the Bucs, and I come across this very short clip from Jenna Lane. And she's basically asking Mike Evans, who has been with the Buccaneers for a very long time now. He got brought into the Bucs organization in 2014. Like, he's been there a while. So she's talking to him about his camp routine and his pregame routine and how he makes sure that he's working through camp with the same intensity that he's going to attack the season. Cool, all well and good. And she's like, so, what kind of stuff do you use to make sure you're in the mood for the footballing? And Mike Evans is kind of going through his routine. And one of the things he says is, and I'm getting really big into old music, man. I'm starting to find some vibes in old music. Mike Evans is 31. That's about the time that I kind of circled around. There's this theory in music that you discover new music up until you get to a certain age. And then when you get to a certain age, you stop going out of your way to discover new music. And you kind of circle back around to the beginning of your musical taste, and you kind of go through that journey again. I believe that theory.
Yeah, so do I. Thank you, Spotify, because as soon as I just went back and downloaded all my favorite old stuff.
Yeah.
And I get a new thing every once in a while, but I only have so much room, I think.
This theory 100% holds water for me because I used to, and I'm not saying I don't try to find new music now, but I don't do it like I used to. I used to go to record shops and have full conversations with people I don't know to find stuff that they like. Now, that's not to say that I don't find new music. I do. I found Monday an all-female surf punk rock band called The Beaches, which I find is a hilarious name for an all-female rock band.
It's a good name.
It's a great name for an all-female rock band.
Do they have attitudes? Or
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like the bassist is this chick who comes out on stage, and I don't know a ton about him. I just found him Monday. But the bassist comes out, and she wears Jinkos in a sports bra, and she's just a badass, dude. The lead singer, she sings, but she performs on stage. She has a presence. I just found him on Monday. I added him on Spotify. I'm obsessed. I'll find new music, but I used to go out of my way to do it. I don't really do it anymore.
I don't know, man. They're from Toronto.
Hey, man, a Canadian all-female rock and roll band.
What kind of beaches do they have in Toronto?
For the record, I think that the pun on the beaches is that you replace the E and the A with an I and you say it with a Canadian accent.
Nuh-uh.
There it is.
Nuh-uh.
All right? I'm all in on the beaches. They are some bad beaches, and I love them. All right? So I'll find some new music, but I don't go out of my way to find new music like I used to. I used to go to record stores and have full conversations with anybody in that store. Hey, what are you listening to? What are you into right now? Who's somebody I've never heard of? And I would pick up albums. And now it's like, I use DJX, the little AI DJ on Spotify, which, by the way, if you haven't used it, it's phenomenal. And I use that, and DJX it'll do 4, 5, 6 songs that are in your library or that are adjacent to your library. And then every now and then he'll do a 4 or 5 song set where he's like, You've never heard of this band, you've never played them before, but they're very similar to this artist that you love, so give this new artist a try. And it's dropped some stuff on me that I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good. I'll check that out.
So you trust Music AI?
100%.
Okay.
DJ X has been phenomenal. After the show, I'll pop my DJ X on Spotify and let you check out. It's really good. So Mike Evans is doing this thing with Jenna Lane, and she's like, give me the routine, and he goes through, and he's like, I've kind of started, because he's 31 years of age, he's kind of at that age where that theory kicks in. You kind of stop finding new stuff, because music changes, and at some point, it changes so far that you become the old curmudgeon. You're like, oh, these kids don't know music anymore, right? And you circle back around, and Mike Evans has hit, it sounds like, his circle back around point. So he said, I've been really getting into old music, like old head music. And calling music old head music is saying it's old, right? So Jenna Lane this morning pops up a tweet. I just saw it on SportsCenter. And I was like, ugh. Jenna Lane said after that interview where Mike Evans said part of his routine, part of his vibe is to go find and get into and get vibes from old hat music. She said, what is old hat music to you? And he said, oh, you know, stuff from the early 2000s, like old stuff. Y'all, I want to fight an NFL wide receiver right now. I want to fight an NFL player today, right now, this second.
Bad move.
I'm ready to fight, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm ready to fight right now.
He's in better shape than you, and he's a lot better.
I'll get my ass whipped, but I think I can get one shot in. He's a wide receiver. He is a big dude. He's a big dude. I'm not landing a shot. But I think if it was like me, him square off in the parking lot, him all 6'5", 231 of absolute NFL jacked, and me back down, by the way, to 207 after 2 days on the road at Media Days. Thank you very much. Me at a lean, mean fight machine weight of 6'3", 207 with not an ounce of muscle fiber in my body. I think if it was time to square off, all I need to do is just say that in my head over and over. What's old hat music, Mike? You know, early 2000s. I think I'm landing a shot or two. I think I'm getting one or two just out of like Incredible Hulk rage.
Okay, that was 25 years ago. So that would be old hat music.
I'm not saying I'm wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying don't say it out loud. You know? It's like that Big Lebowski quote that I now immediately have to move back to my soundboard. You're not wrong. You're just a bleep hole for saying it. We all know. You don't have to point it out to me. I am fully aware. I get it. There was another dude this weekend that did something similar. Oh, it wasn't this weekend. It was last week at SEC Media Days. I had another Lulu Kesson moment. By the way, I think she rejoins us next week. I think Lulu Kesson's back next week as our regular Thursday guest to talk Gamecock football. So we were at, I think it was SEC Media Days, and I told the story already about I went into the lunchroom and I sat down at the table because I had a little break. There was like an hour between. Usually there were about 30 minutes. There was an hour between events. And so I'm like, yeah, they're serving us lunch. Pretty good. It was, I think it was blackened swordfish that day. Like, I'm in. And so.
Wait, it was blackened swordfish?
Oh, yeah.
And you were complaining about the food?
No, I was not complaining.
You were saying that SEC was, no, the ACC was better. You did.
I wasn't saying it was bad. I'm just saying ACC's food was better this year.
That's not a normal dish. I'm just saying it's not something that I've had swordfish before, but it's not a normal dish.
No, it's not. But at the end of the day,
kind of a fancy dish.
You're cooking fish. I mean, even the fanciest of fish, you still cook like fish.
Oh, okay,
right?
All right.
So,
and you blacken anything, it's going to taste blackened.
Dude, I will blacken any fish. Blackened fish is the way. Blackened redfish, one of the best foods on planet Earth. All right. So, blackened swordfish. I'm like, you know what? Good meal. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to take a break here for a minute. Got a little while. I got out ahead of my editing that day. Had my video posted, whatever. I'm like, let me sit down. Let me enjoy a little bit of lunch. And so I'm sitting at the table, and one of the guys that we had the pleasure of meeting from 107.5 The Game over in Columbia, he came and sat down. And then one of his interns, who was a young lady like fresh out of J school, she sat down, and basically I ended up sitting at this table, feeling good about my life at the time, by the way. I'm now sitting at this table with like a dude who's maybe in his 30s, two girls that are like clearly they're like 22, just graduated college, and then a couple of other youngsters. I end up being the old hat at the table. And I don't remember how the conversation came up, but we got to talking about music. We got to talking about music, and we ended up talking about artists that we liked, and I think it really was just us trying to find like some crossover, right? Like what do you listen to that also I listen to? What's new that maybe I can say, oh yeah, that's like this band. We were talking about music. A lot of people in this industry really like music because it's a creative space. Like it is. We're all sports based. We all like to pretend we're big jocks. But this is a creative space, and music matters a lot. So we got to talking about music, and I asked at one point, and I don't remember how we got here, but I asked them about, I want to say, the Foo Fighters, because obviously the Foo Fighters are one of my favorite bands of all time, like a wildly influential band in my life. And I think I asked about the Foo Fighters, and one of the two girls was like, no, I've never listened to them, but I've heard of them. They were a little bit before my time. That's my dad's favorite band. And then I had the realization that if I would have had a kid at 18 years of age, at 18, if I'd have had a kid out of high school, as a lot of you listening did, that was kind of a thing. Like that was kind of the time you started settling down and having some cheering. If I'd have had a kid at 18 years of age, my kid would have been sitting at that table with that girl the same age as her. Y'all, when I tell you my left knee started hurting all of a sudden, like I think that might have been the day that I gained the superpower of being able to tell you, it's going to rain soon. Like, I think that might have been it. I don't know. So thanks, Mike Evans, for ruining my morning before it even started. It's not ruined. I don't care. It's a joke. Haha, funny. We're talking sports. We got a lot we got to get into today.
Right. It's kind of a joke.
It's kind of a joke. It's not a joke. It's all factual and true. It didn't ruin my morning. I don't love it, is what it comes down to. It didn't ruin my day, but it didn't help it. You know what I'm saying?
Once you get to 45, it'll settle in, and that stuff won't bother you anymore.
I feel like it's kind of already started to, like I can feel myself growing less angry about it on the daily. I find myself growing less angry about it. Not angry, but just less. I'm kind of getting to the point. But I also know that this comes with the territory of I am starting to hit I'm just going to say what I want to say to whoever I want to say it to, period. We pulled up to a red light the other day. I was driving with the wife, and there was a dude, and he was like swerving in and out, in and out, in and out. So we pulled up to a red light next to the guy, and the guy's like clearly not just on his phone, but he's holding it at eye level while he's driving. And so when I pulled up to him, I did the universal put your phone down sign. You know, you hold out the thumb and the pinky, and you turn it upside down, and I did that. And he rolls his window down. And Courtney's like, do not roll your window down. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm going to roll my window down. So I rolled the window down. And he's like, you got a problem? And I'm like, yeah, you're driving like an a-hole. You're all over the road, bud. You swerved in my lane like 3 times. And he's like, I didn't leave my lane. Sir, with all due respect, I was watching and you were not. And then it escalated into him dropping an F-bomb on me. And I'm like, look, have a nice day. But I've just hit the point where like, yeah, I'll roll down my window and tell you you're driving like an a-hole if you're driving like an a-hole. So I think that there's a ratio there of like, I'm growing less angry about the constant stream of reminders that I'm now in my 40s, but I'm also accepting it in most people aren't going to do anything. Just tell them they're being a jerk, and maybe you're the one that's going to wake them up and save them from being a butthole all the time. All right, we do have a lot of sports we got to get to today. I promise you. We're going to get back to the NFL. We talked a lot of Carolina Panther offense yesterday. Let's talk some defense today. I went yesterday down the contending for the college football playoffs, college football teams, and I picked the biggest, scariest non-rivalry game on their schedule. I'm going to give you those for some of the top 25 teams I think are in the mix. We got that coming up for you later on in the show. And I'm going to ask you a question we are going to take throughout the day. If you can steal one element, Not like their whole game, but one element from the game of one pro athlete, and you can have it for one day. What one element of one pro's game are you stealing from one day, and what are you doing with that? I'll tell you what I mean. Lonzo and I give some answers. It's going to be a rip-roaring good time. That's that senior citizen brain kicking in. I'm Rob Brown. He's the great one, Lonzo. You're you, and we're glad you are. It's the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Kane. The Wasting Light album is the best Foo Fighters album. You know what, Kane? And as long as you have been a P1 in the Armada, and you are P1 in the Armada, as long as you have been a P1 in the Armada, I can say with certainty, this might be the one thing you've said that we're like way on the same page together. Like this might be the one thing you've said that we are way on the same page together. All right, let's move some of these clips over. Y'all stay right there. I'll be right back. We're going to talk a lot of actual sports over the course of the show today. I'm also rebuilding my soundboard. Hey, Mike Evans.
Who's an a-hole? Who's an a-hole?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click it a second time, but it stands. All right, it stands. All right. I'm in a group text with a bunch of the fraternity brothers from back in my college days. Shout out, brethren of Tau Kappa Epsilon, the Teeks, a.k.a. the Geeks, Lambda Iota chapter. So.
Wait, Your nickname was the Geeks?
No, our nickname were the Teeks, but people like me were in the fraternity, so the cool fraternities called us the Geeks. And we were good with it. We were good with it. We weren't your standard polo popping, jungle juice drinking frat boys.
So you were basically in Lambda.
So, yes.
Okay.
Yes, to some degree, 100%. We were the nerd frat. Let's put it this way. We never got paired up with Delta Gamma during formal season, if you catch my drift.
Okay, I was not in the nerd frat. I was in Zeta Phi, which were the Rats, which were where all the football players were.
Yeah, we were not.
Yeah,
we were not.
I mean,
I'm in a
you used
group
to make
text.
fun of
Me, 100%. You did.
Yeah.
You absolute jerk.
Although the nerd, this last thing to say, the nerd fraternity on our campus had a stand-up cabinet of Joust. I don't know if you've ever seen Joust, the video game.
I know. I knew what you were talking about. I don't know that I've seen
You're
that
on the
game.
back of ostriches and you're jousting. It's a cool video game.
That's a throwback reference from the great one. I was in the nerd fraternity, but I will also say that the good news is it worked out because I have got genuinely like some sincere lifelong friends from my time as a geek. So we have a group text, me and the boys. In a fraternity I haven't been an active member in 17 years, 18 years, whatever it is. And the other day...
You could hear, like, the abacus.
Yeah,
in
it's...
your bricks, like, move
it
this
hurt.
one over and do this.
It hurt a lot. We have this group text, and the text is... It's just bros in the chat, right? It's evaluation of Sydney Sweeney. It's... a lot of football, baseball, basketball, soccer talk. It's a lot of sports. It's just boys being boys. It is the text that if I die and you find me, I need you to grab my phone and delete that text before anybody else finds it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not because of me, but because of my friends. It's that chat. I think all the boys have that chat. So we regularly have these random conversations, and I don't know where this one came from, but one of my fellas down in the FLA popped a question in the chat that we discussed and debated for hours. And the question that he popped into the chat was, if you could steal one element of one pro athlete's game for one day, what are you stealing and what are you doing with it? Now, not play basketball like Steph Curry. It's like shoot a three like Steph. You don't get to have his dribbling. You don't have to have his you don't get to have his passing. You don't get to all you can do is shoot a three like Steph. You can have Barry Bonds' ability to hit a dinger. You don't get all the rest of it. You don't get to be a great fielder. You don't get to be any of these other things. You just get to you can power mash like Barry Bonds. You can have, I don't know, Michael Phelps swimming, but you only get one race. Like, you can be a distance guy or a short. You can't have the whole thing. You can either swim a 1,000-meter like Mike Phelps or a 251 across. What one element of what one game for just one day are you taking, and what are you doing with it? The boys were at this conversation for hours, coming up with one athlete who we'd take one aspect of their game. And we all kind of landed on the same spot. That there's a lot of these that would be very cool. It would be very cool to be able to mash dingers like Barry Bonds. It would be awesome to be able to hit a baseball like Barry Bonds, to send baseballs into another plane of dimension. That'd be awesome. It would be very cool to have the ability to dunk a basketball like Tracy McGrady or Vince Carter. That'd be awesome. But the one that we ultimately, via a long discussion, all agreed on was that the correct answer is the ability to drive the golf ball with the distance and accuracy of Tiger Woods in his prime. Because as cool as it would be to hit a baseball like Barry Bonds, if you woke up tomorrow and you knew you had the ability to mash that baseball, what can you really do with it, right? Like, call a buddy, meet me down at the local ballpark. I want you to throw me BP until your arm falls off, and I just want to hit as many mashers as I can. But, like, what are you doing with that? If you had the ability to run, this was one that got brought up early. What if you could run like Usain Bolt in his prime, right? You could run the 1,000 meters like Usain Bolt in his prime. That would be dope. But what are you doing with that? Are you going to run up and down your street a bunch? You're going to go run up and down the side of the interstate to race again? Like, what are you going to do with that? It'd be very cool to experience what it is like to be the fastest man on planet Earth. But, like, what are you doing with it?
All right, I got one. I would like to have early on Kyrie Irving's ball handling skills.
That's a good one.
And just go down to my old neighborhood back in Ohio, go out to the ball court and just exhibit that. Just go out there and wow and amaze everybody. Never take a shot and then leave.
That's one I would land on. That's one I very heavily considered is give me Allen Iverson's handles. Give me AI's ability with the basketball. Give me his handles. Not even his passing. Just give me you get one element. Give me his handles. Give me AI's grip. Because with that, you better believe I'm going down to the local Y, or I'm calling up one of the local high school basketball coaches. I'll be like, yo, I need to get in your gym, and I need you to call every hooper you know, because I'm about to put on a clinic. And then when that one day is over and I'm done, I'm never picking up a basketball again. I'm leaving a legend out there, right? Like, that's a really good one. But I landed on Tiger's drive and distance. Now, a texter just texted the Hub City Spartanburger text line at 844-326-3663 and said, I don't even need Tiger's driver. Give me the iron play. And I want you to know, texter, I considered that too. I'm like, hey, maybe I'd take Tiger's clutch putting, right? Maybe I'd take the iron play. Nobody was better from a mid-distance than Eldrick. Maybe I'd take that. But here's why I settled on the driver. Because half of my drives end up in the bull crap anyway. So, like, half my seconds aren't on the fairway, which means I got a day that I got the iron work of Tiger Woods, and half the golf balls I hit are not using that, right? I'd be better served to say, give me Tiger's recovery. Give me Tiger's recovery out of the rough, out of the woods, out of the sticks, out of the dirt. I'll use that more, right? I would love to have the iron play. But here's why I got to go driver. Because at least the driver gives me a shot. If I go 15 out of 15 fairways in regulation, I at least got a shot that of those 15 fairways in regulation, I at least got a shot that, like, 6 or 7 of those with my irons, I'm getting them on the dancing floor. I'm getting them on the green. I'm putting them close enough that I've given myself a chance, right? And on top of that, if you take Tiger's length off the tee, remember, there was an entire era of golf where they were having to redo long-established golf courses to make them longer. Because it was not uncommon for Tiger Woods to drive the green on par fours. Like a lot. So they had to, you'll remember it was part of the Tiger Woods video game, they had to Tiger-proof the golf course. They had to add dozens of yards of length so that at least his second shot was more often than not coming with a pitching wedge or a 9-iron or a sand wedge from up close, right? If I had Tiger's drive in his prime, I'm going down to Pebble Creek. I'm going over to Fox Run. Like, I'm going to a local course. Those aren't Tiger-proofed. Those are local course length. If I had Tiger's driving ability, I'm on in one in, like, the majority of the par 4 holes in this market. If I had Tiger's drive for a day, I'm playing 5 rounds of golf in a day. I'm playing my 5 favorite courses. I'm playing all of them. I'm hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm speed running through all of them. That's the play for me. Lonzo's is great. Early Kyrie's handles, taking it down to the local court and showing up the Utes. I think that's a great one too. All right, I'm going to leave that question on the table throughout the course of the day. If you could steal one element of one pro athlete's game for one day, what athlete are you stealing from? And what one element of their game are you stealing? We're going to talk more about this. I'll get your answers. We'll take them off the air and on it. Text them to 844-326-3663. Join our live stream by heading on over to The Fan Upstate on Facebook, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, or The Fan Upstate on Twitter. You can also check out The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. Would love to have you join the live stream. We do have our live chat up and running. We'll respond to that in the breaks. We'll take those comments onto the air and more. I am Rob Brown. He is the great Malonzo, and this is The Rob Brown Show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's The Fan Upstate. If Lonzo has AI's handles, does he also get his knees? He'll need them.
I said Kyrie Irving. But,
he did say Kyrie. I said AI.
Yeah.
Shoot, that might be the answer. I would just take, AI's health in his prime. Can I just feel what it feels like to not have my knees hurt when I get up a flight of stairs? That would be great.
See, I think that goes without saying. If you get those handles or you take that power, you don't feel pain for that because what those require to be able to do.
Yeah.
So, did you see the Happy Gilmore 2 thing that it made Netflix history?
I did. We're going to bring that up later on the show.
So I wonder what it would have done if it released in theaters.
I don't think it would have been anything. I think the right call was absolutely Netflix, to be honest.
So do I.
I think that was the right call.
I would have went to a theater to see it, though.
I would have.
Yeah.
I also suspect that there's a lot of folks who would say, I'll watch it on Netflix, but I'm not going out and paying money and blah, blah, blah. We did Fantastic Four on Sunday. And between two tickets, and they were matinee, so they were $12? But between two matinee tickets, one large popcorn, two sodas, and one little thing of candy, we were in for $63. I will even tell you that as a Happy Gilmore lover, the OG, have been around since that movie dropped, loved it then, love it now. I don't know that I would have paid $62 to see it in a theater. I 100% knew if it was on Netflix, I'm watching it when it drops, at least the weekend that it drops. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Some of those hooks just... Oh, man. Favre's arm. You know what? Initially, Zach, my gut reaction to that was, why would you take Favre's arm and not Drew Brees' accuracy? But I think I know the answer to that, which is for most of us, if we got one element of one athlete's game for one day, the absolute best thing you're going to do with it is go play that game with the boys that day, right? You're calling the fellas over. You're like, meet me down at, Burns High School. I'm renting out the football field for the day, and we're going to go at it. And I do think it would be dope in front of the fellas to be firing 80-yard rockets in the air, right? Hitting them in stride from 80 out. I think that's the right answer because I don't know, with just a bunch of dudes running around on the football field, I don't know that Brees' accuracy stands out, right? Nobody's going to be like, oh, my God, you are dropping dimes because most of those guys are going to be running slow and open. So it doesn't really matter. Brees' accuracy is going to stand out when, you got a guy crossing at 22 miles an hour with a DB in his back pocket hanging onto the towel, and you've got a window of 3 inches at the hands to hit it, and you can do that.
What if you could have Uncle Rico's power for one day?
To throw a football over them mountains?
Yeah. I don't know. Wouldn't you want to steal a power that you could make some money off of in one day? Like maybe the best dart player in the world having his skill for one day.
Best billiards player in the world.
Yeah, and just hit every place you could to make some money.
That's a good play. That's a good play. You know what I think might be it for me? And again, I didn't even think of this contingency. Do I get to pick what day it is? Because if it is, I'm taking Tigers driving, and I'm going to enter myself. I'm going to find a day where there's like a morning golf tournament and like an afternoon golf tournament. I'm entering in both, and I'm going to dominate both of them. I would like to congratulate me. And I would like to congratulate all of you. Because you may or may not have noticed, it may or may not have registered to you. I have not talked about the Atlanta Braves in a week. I have actively avoided the Atlanta Braves. We have been back from the All-Star break for over a week now. I haven't mentioned them at all. They were on a 5-game losing streak. They got a win 2 nights ago in game number 1 against the Royals. They went out last night. They lost 9-6. I can't really complain about it. They had 14 hits in that game, and the recently acquired Eric Fetty got the start. He is 3-11 on the season. This is why I said the minute that trade went through, that's the Braves washing their hands of the season. Now, if that truly was the Braves washing their hands of the season, which I think it was, you do not go get a 3-10 pitcher from a team that is hanging out in the middle bottom of their division. You do not add that guy to your roster unless you are, and for the record, the Braves are totally out of starting pitchers. The only guy from opening day that is still available, well, there are now 2, Strider and Elder, but the only guy on the opening day starting rotation that has not missed time on the DL is Bryce Elder. So if you went down and got the Cardinals, who are just a game over 500, you went and got Eric Fetty, that's a punt. We're done. We're out. Unless you think that Atlanta, at 45-61 now, 16 games back of the division, and now congrats, Bravos, just a game and a half up on the Nationals. Unless you think that they're like, well, let's wait all our pitchers get healthy. But they didn't, because they sent Grant Holmes to the 60-day DL. They're shutting him down probably for the year. And it may end up being that he needs Tommy John or some kind of elbow surgery and rehab, which fine. Like at this point, set everybody down like everybody. Well, as much as I have just kind of accepted that this baseball team is bad this year, the season is over. I accepted we weren't going to the playoffs 6 weeks ago. I tried to talk you all into joining me. Some of you have remained hilariously, foolishly optimistic about the chances. Oh, when Strider gets back, when Ronnie gets back, when this guy gets back, when we do that, we're back in it, Rob. No, you're not. You stink. All right? Now you're going out and you're sending cash to St. Louis. I assume something between like $7 and $12 to St. Louis to pick up the worst pitcher on their rotation. Cool. All right. I'm good with the punt. But then, if I'm good with the punt, and I am, I now have a big-time problem. Because last night, Ronald Acuna Jr., who I am getting to the point of believing we just have to accept he's fragile. We just have to accept that Ronnie is not a tough dude. And I don't say that in the tough way like challenging his manhood or challenging. He's fragile. He's one of those guys. There are just those guys who are fragile. And Ronnie's one of those guys. But if you've got a guy who is a top 10, 7, 5, 3 player in all of Major League Baseball, if you got a guy who is definitely a top 10 player in all of the major leagues, maybe a top 5 player, maybe a top 3 player, depending on who you ask, and you are in a season where you are not going to the playoffs, You're cooked. You're punting. It's done. It's over. You got Eric Fetty. It's done. If that guy comes to you at any point, the guy who missed most of last and the first half of this season because he was rehabbing an ACL tear from last year. If that guy comes to you on a Monday after a game and he says to you, who I have just promoted to general manager or coach or whatever title you want with the Bravos, if your franchise guy in a year where you are a long way off the pace says, hey, coach, hey, GM, hey, whatever, my hammy and my leg and my Achilles, they're a little tight after the game. I got some discomfort in the leg, in the Achilles and up through the hammy. I got some discomfort. I got some tightness. If you're the manager of a team that is bad, 45-61, what's that make the Braves? 16 games below 500. If you are a team that is a game and a half up on the Nats, and the franchise comes to you and says, Coach, I played on Monday. I want to play as much as I can, but I got some discomfort in the Achilles and in the hamstring. Oh, by the way, of the same leg that I just had ACL surgery on and rehabbed and just came back from. If that guy comes to you and says, there's discomfort in the leg, Coach, but, I missed a lot of the early season and I just want to play. What do you do in that spot? What do you do? You say, Ronnie, I understand. And I appreciate that you want to play. I appreciate that you are a competitor. I appreciate that you're a dude who wants to go be a dog and wants to gut it out and wants to play even if this team is straight up booty cheeks. I get it. My man, you're sitting down tomorrow. Wins and losses do not matter anymore. Results don't matter anymore. We are now at a point that we've got a few different objectives. Number one, we're going to fill up the rotation with a bunch of junk pitchers nobody else wants and let them chew up innings and blow their arms so we don't have to waste our young guys and have a bunch of Gwinnett Stripers come up here and get smoked around by major leaguers and lose their confidence. Objective number two is we need to take care of you, Matty Olson, Austin Riley, whoever I believe the core of next year's team, which will not be managed by Brian Snicker, the core of next year's team, we need to take care of. And that's you, buddy. You are the franchise. You are the cornerstone. You are the guy. You are the dog. So we gotta take care of you. So if you are having discomfort in the Achilles, discomfort in the hammy of the leg that you just came off of ACL surgery and rehab from, I appreciate that you want to play, and I want you to play. I really do. But not tonight. I need you to sit. I need you to sit. I need you to hop on a PJ back to the ATL. I need you to go get some imaging done. I need you to go talk to the doc. I need you to walk through everything that we can walk through to make sure that this isn't a bigger deal than it looks like it is. That's what I need. I need you to make sure you're a buck. When you are 100%, when the med staff says you're 100%, you're going back out there. What did the Braves do? Because there are now reports that after the game against the Royals on Monday, Ronald Acuna Jr. went to the team and said, I got discomfort in the leg. I got discomfort in the hammy and the Achilles. It's a little tight. But then he said to the team, but I want to play. I missed a bunch of time because of the ACL and the rehab. I'm a competitor. I want to be out there. I want to play. Sit his ass down. Sit him down. Because every time that this guy gets injured moving forward, and again, respectfully, because I love him, Ronnie's injury prone. We know that. There's been a bunch of them. And every time that he gets injured, it elevates the chance that he's going to get injured again. And if you end up running this dude into the ground in a season that is going to go down as arguably the most disappointing baseball season of my life as a Braves fan, If you run him into the ground and you pop another ACL, blow a hammy, break a leg, whatever, and he ends up being unavailable for next year, when you have a new manager, when you have a new core, when I assume Anthopoulos is going to finally start bringing up some of those young pitchers he's been drafting over the past couple of years and put them in the rotation, and maybe you find your way in. If this dude says, I'm hurt, but I want to play, you're a manager, manage. Buddy, I want you out there too. It's better for my team because nothing else is worth watching but you. But no, because I cannot risk your future as the cornerstone of this franchise as long as you were locked in to have you go out there and pop an ACL running down fly balls in right field in games that are irrelevant. Take it to the bench. We're going to do the test. If you are 100%, you'll play tomorrow. I got you, but not tonight. Manage. Sit him down because do you know what happened last night? Ronnie was in right field. Ronnie ran down a fly ball that ultimately in the game did not matter. In a game that did not matter. And do you know what happened? Ronnie came up limp and got pulled out of the game with an Achilles injury. We do not know how severe. He is getting evaluated today. But if it turns out that he blew an Achilles, guess what? You don't have him to sell tickets the rest of this year, and you're probably not going to have him for a chunk of next year. Great job, everybody.
I don't understand. So baseball is different. They don't have trainers. They don't have doctors. Because in football, if someone is injured, they have to be cleared by the doctors before they go back out on the field. Does baseball not do that?
No, you do. And there was.
So why are you not blaming them? Why are you blaming
the whole damn organization?
Because that seems like if he let him go out, it's probably because he was cleared. And if he was cleared, that's on the doctors.
Everybody in that organization, from the staff,
you wouldn't play hurt.
I'm not saying it's up to me.
Okay, but as the athlete, you wouldn't play hurt.
If I'm Ronald Acuna Jr., coming off a blown ACL, my second, by the way, coming off the surgery and the long rehab of a blown ACL that caused me to miss a third of the first half of the season, and I go out there and that same leg starts to act up on me, yeah. We're 45 and 61. Maybe a different story, great one, if we're 61 and 45. Maybe a different story if you're at the top of the NL East, not the bottom. Maybe a different story if you're a World Series competitor. But as a team that's 45 and 61, especially, because I know it's easy to say, well, I'm a competitor. It's really easy to say that when you don't have 7 years and $185 million attached to your decision and ability to stay healthy. Yeah, for that much money, I'll sit my ass on the pine and feel better later.
If the trainers cleared him and it was his decision, it's his decision.
No, it's not. It is the manager's decision. Stop. We got to stop with that.
No,
you know I'm as player empowerment as anybody.
You should say, hey, the doctors said you could play, but I don't trust the doctors.
Yes.
And so you got to sit down.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
That's a good way to
That's
get
exactly
fired
what I'm saying.
As a
Why
manager.
would you? Okay, then let me say this.
By the way, I understand your side of it, but there's also the business side, and the business side of the manager going, okay, this all-star player got cleared by the doctors. At least we assume he got cleared by the doctors. He wants to play. If I set him down, he gets disgruntled. He goes to management. Then I lose my job.
He can't do anything. He's locked in for years. Like years. You sit the kid down, and you go, look, man, I promise you, we got your best interests at heart here because your best interests are our best interest. You being out there is the only reason anybody has to watch the Atlanta Braves right now. It's the only reason we have to watch the Atlanta Braves is you. You are our future. We have locked up this franchise around you for a decade. You're the guy. And what I can't have is you going out there and blowing it out for no reason. In a year, we're 16 games off the pace, 16 below 500. We are 16 games behind in the division. This is not it. We want you out there. I promise you. But see, now what happened? The Braves and the Reds are playing this Saturday in Bristol at the racetrack. It's their big, MLB's big, like, crown jewel special thing. We used to have the Field of Dreams. Now they're playing at the Super Speedway in Bristol, whatever. And that was this huge deal. Now the Braves are going to that game. 80,000 people plus expected to show up at this event. And guess who's not going to be there? Ronald Acuna Jr. because he popped something. I hope it's not a pop. He strained, pulled, whatever. He left the game early, limping off the field. After we saw him limping off of a home run or a plate crossing on Monday, limped off the field last night, 10-day DL. He's now not available.
Well, apparently,
the Braves just lost a bunch of stuff.
You can't trust those doctors because they allowed him to get on the field in the first place.
Sure. Let's say you're right. You know who else I don't trust? Brian Snicker and Alex Anthopoulos for watching this man on Monday limp off the field and then tell you, my leg's messed up, but I want to play, and then just saying, yeah, you know what, go ahead and play again on Tuesday in a game that doesn't matter. And guess what? What if Ronnie popped his Achilles last night?
I'm not a baseball guy, so I don't know this for sure. I didn't know that managers actually were also doctors. I didn't know that.
You are hinging on the wrong thing. You're hinging on the wrong thing.
I'm not.
Who cares? Lonzo, if I see a guy limping, I know he's hurt. I don't need to go to medical school to see that a dude going, probably ain't my best baseball player. How far did my chair roll away? I have to go get it. Sports Flash.
It went way back there. Because I like to twist the knife, the Atlanta Braves dropped Game 2 of their series with the Royals 9-6. The recently acquired Eric Fitty, took the loss, go away, giving up 4 earned runs on 5 hits. The Braves offense had 14 hits, including base hits from Jurickson Profar, Ozzie Albies, Drake Baldwin, and Michael Harris second, and homers from Marcell Ozuna and Austin Riley. Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson is expected to end his holdout and report to the team today, according to reports. While the team has not announced an extension yet, it's believed his arrival is a good faith gesture to spark negotiations. And one of the biggest names in international soccer is headed to MLS as the Vancouver Whitecaps have reached an agreement in principle with German Thomas Müller, which Rob had to make sure they signed that out. I mean, he put Mueller. Good for him. Yeah. No, I can't say that I didn't read the soccer story. I know I didn't read all of it, but I read, part of it. So.
For the record, give me an Emmy for that acting.
Okay.
Best actor in a dramatic scene. Nettie Max says, oh, you sweet summer child. This season is like reliving the late 80s Braves all over again. Fortunately, Nettie Mac, I was not online as a human being yet, so I got nothing for that.
Hence the sweet summer child.
Yeah, I know. I grew up with the 90s Braves, and even though they did not get the amount of World Series championships that team should have won, they were dominant for a decade plus of my life, which is why I got hooked and have maintained my fandom. I'm not even adverse to a bad baseball team. The Braves have been bad many times in my life. The issue is when you come into a season with uber high expectations and then this happens.
So this is because you were wrong?
Everybody was wrong. Okay. Bob Nightingale of USA Today, the biggest sports writer in baseball, was wrong about this team. That guy's been covering baseball for 40 years. Nobody knows ball more than that guy, and he was wrong about it.
He's just borrowing it. He didn't steal it, because Dude Love would share.
Dude Love would share. For the record, This shirt is from a place in Charleston called Jack's Cosmic Dogs. And it is like, I want to say it's like a comic book themed / outer space themed hot dog shop. It's not like super well decorated where you walk in and you're like, oh, this place is awesome. The hot dog slapped. Like slapped. Like slapped. Like I had 2 big hot dogs and went back to get a third so I could try something different off the menu. It was delightful.
I don't know if I'd have phrased it that way, but, that's just okay.
Hello, boys.
Here we go. The Rob Brown Show is back on your radio. It is the fan upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo. Your name rhymes too. Why didn't I lead off with you? I could have kept the streak. Could have kept the streak alive. I blew it, and that's why my battle rap career was very short. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Good to have you.
You don't have no street cred, man. You can't. I mean, you got to have some street cred.
Please. Grew up on the mean streets of Shalimar Point Golf and Country Club, son. We were tough down in the Shaolin. You don't mess with them Shally boys.
Shaolin, as in, okay.
That's what we called it.
Did you really?
We also made an S like this. Is that an S or a Z? That's an S.
It looks more like a Z to me, but,
Shaolin, baby. Shout out to Shalimar, Florida.
How come you don't have a Shaolin haircut? I want to see one of those.
All right. We are rocking and rolling through the radio broadcast today. Spent a little time talking Bravos baseball. I also have we don't do questions of the day very often on this show, mainly because while they're wonderful for driving engagement, which is apparently all that matters in my industry anymore, while they're wonderful for driving engagement, we have 12 segments a day. And even if I split a segment into 2 and give you 2 topics in one segment, like, I got room for maybe 14 things at max. And they're, even in the offseason of football, rarely do I have a day where I don't have at least, some of them are dumb, some of them are silly, but at least 14 things that I want to get to. Like later on in the show, when I inform those of you that haven't heard yet, that yesterday South Carolina officials found a wasp nest that contained, this is real, radioactive wasps.
I was wondering if you saw
Oh,
that.
yeah.
That's on my list to discuss on Saturday. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah. I got news for you. Spoiler alert. We're going to discuss it later. Radioactive, as if there's not enough crap going on now. We got radioactive wasps we got to deal with. We're coming to that. Point is, I don't really do questions of the day because even though it's a 4-hour show, we're kind of time constrained. And as the Rob Brown Show is an all the sports show, we got plenty to get to. So, with all of that being said, I have one today. And I have one today because I thought that this question posed to me by a friend of mine and discussed for hours on end earlier this week by friends of mine kind of led to some fun discussion. If you could steal one element of one athlete's game for one day, what element of whose game are you stealing and what are you doing with it? I've landed on mine. I'm taking Tiger Woods' ability to drive the golf ball for one day, and I'm finding a day on the calendar where there is a morning golf tournament at a local course, and there is an afternoon golf tournament at a local course, and I am going out there, and I am winning a couple of local courses. I am becoming a local golfing legend, and then I'm never golfing again. I'm going out there, I'm driving every par 4 in the upstate in one. I'm going out there and I'd like to say birdieing every par 5 because I'm getting close, but the reality is, no, you still got an iron shot, you still got to pitch, you still got to putt. And I'm okay at putting. I'm trash with anything short or longer than a 4-iron.
Wouldn't that skill also just kind of leak over into other portions of the game?
I think it would impact it, right? Like
maybe not putting, but other things that it.
Like if I have Tiger Woods' ability to hit the long ball accurately, I probably don't need to bring my 3-iron to the course. Like there's probably not many spots where I'm going to be hitting a 3-iron anymore. Like I don't think if I got Tiger Woods' ability to drive the golf ball to a distance, and also I've got a tournament on a local course. Local courses aren't Tiger proofed. Like most of my drives are probably ending up on the green. On long par fives, maybe I'm landing inside of a, maximum 100 yards. I probably would play with a driver, a pitching wedge, and a putter, and would have a great day. So I'm entering into a pair of local golf tournaments, and I'm going out there, and I'm just smoking everybody and becoming a legend. That's mine. What's yours? Nettie Mac said she'd take the height, and I'm going to grant you the ability to play down low. She said, but the height of Asia Wilson and her ability to see the world from that perspective. I'll tell you this.
How tall is Asia Wilson?
I want to say she checks in about 6'1", 6'2", I think.
So you and I already understand that perspective.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cameron Brink came back. Actually, you know what? I'm glad you brought up Asia Wilson because she, short intro, is a part of this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Tis indeed the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know. Before you get to the office and start talking sports this morning, we do it every day shortly after 7 a.m. Let's get to it. Item number 1. This was going to be item number 3, but since Nettie Mac brought up Asia Wilson, I'll make it item number 1. To the W we go. The LA Sparks took on the LV Aces last night. The Aces get the 89-74 win. Now, the score itself is not the story. There were 2 player stories within this game. Number 1 is that Cameron Brink made her return to the LA Sparks last night. She has been out of commission for the past 13 months, rehabbing a torn ACL suffered in the early portion of the season last year. Of course, Cameron Brink was drafted to the LA Sparks, has been with that team since the beginning of her career. Cameron Brink expected to be in that Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers, Angel Reese upper echelon of athletes in the WNBA. And I do think she will get there, but very clearly her return to the WNBA basketball court is going to be taken slowly by the LA Sparks. Brink played 14 minutes last night. She went 1 of 3 from the floor, 2 of 2 from the stripe, putting 5 points on the board, ended up with 3 boards and 1 assist and a block in the game last night. But the return to the basketball court for Cameron Brink was ruined by former South Carolina Gamecock legend Asia Wilson. 30 minutes played. She opened 10 of 10 from the floor. She would finish 16 of 23. Somehow, wink, she ended up with only 1 free throw in a game where she shot 23 times. She ended up with 1 free throw. I'm going to need somebody to explain it to me, because that ain't it for me. She did add 10 boards to go with her 34 points. You know I love me a plus-minus number. Asia Wilson plus 26 when she was on the floor last night. Asia Wilson still one of the best players in this game. I would argue she might be the best player in the game right now. Absolute stud performance out of the, sorry, I lied, Lonzo, 6'4", former South Carolina Gamecock. The round 1, pick 1 selection back in 2018. Cam Brink's return ruined by a former Gamecock, and what a showing it was. Let's get to item number 2. This may not be on the register for those of you that I have not won over into the soccer verse yet, but for those that were already there, or those that I have won over to the soccer verse, This is a massive story. The Vancouver Whitecaps are closing in on a deal to sign former Bayern Munich and German international star Thomas Müller. That, according to ESPN, that contract expected to be finalized sometime in the next few days. It is on delay. The reason it is on delay is because the MLS has something that is known as exploratory deals. Basically, teams can begin in the MLS, teams can begin to have conversations with players that are outside of the MLS. And if they are able to open up conversations, they have a limited number of spots that are exploratory spots. Teams can say, we got the rights to this guy. We found him, we talked to him, we opened the discussion, and we're going to reserve the right to sign a contract with him. Well, FC Cincinnati started the conversation. Mueller ultimately, through his agent, declined an offer to join the Eastern Conference side back in April. Since then, he has expressed interest in becoming the latest, past his prime but still pretty good, European star to come to America, or in this case, Canada, and join the MLS. The Whitecaps are in the final stages of negotiating a trade with FC Cincinnati. They are expected to send up to $400,000 in general allocation money to Cincinnati. Once that is done, once that trade is approved and accepted by Cincinnati, apparently Mueller is already ready to sign and to join. Thomas Müller spent 17 seasons for Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich, managed 250 goals in 756 appearances across all competitions, helped the club win 12 league titles, and also had a very successful run on the German international side before retiring from international play in the Club World Cup. The Whitecaps reached the CONCACAF Champions Cup final, fell to La Liga MX club Cruz Azul. They hope that Mueller, at 35 years of age, will be able to help them to the next level. The team also reached the 2024 MLS playoffs after finishing the regular season in 8th place and beat the Portland Timbers in the wildcard match to qualify. They were eliminated by LAFC in the opening round. Yes, Thomas Mueller, an older guy at 35 years of age.
I was going to ask you, at 35, isn't that, I mean, when do soccer players usually retire?
I mean, whenever they can't play soccer anymore.
Okay.
Because a lot of these guys will,
Is there anyone older than him playing?
I mean, I don't know in MLS, to be honest with you. I don't know the answer to that. Right. Most of these guys will play at the highest league they can play in, and when they are done there, once teams say we're done, you can't do it anymore. Many, like the biggest names, most of them will retire. Some of them will step down a league, because remember, in soccer, in just about every country, there are multiple step-down leads. In the U.S., we have MLS, then we have USL, then we have USL Champions, then we have USL League One, and down and down and down. A lot of guys that do not make it or are done with their time in MLS will step back to USL, Champions League, then to USL League One. In fact, there is a young man right now on the Greenville Triumph roster who spent quite a bit of time. We actually talked to and about this cat when he signed with the Triumph a number of months ago. But we actually have a young man playing here in Greenville who spent quite of time in MLS named Sebastian Velasquez. Played his time there, ultimately kind of still a very good player, just like was not MLS quality down the end of his career. And that's not saying anything. It's like saying a guy's not an NFL player, but he's a good UFL player. Like, it's not an insult. You're still one of the best players in the country.
So you get older and you lose a little bit of a step, but you still want to keep playing the game that you love.
There's options available for you to step down. And this is why I am, as we have talked about on the show a lot of times, this is why I am very excited about the acceptance of promotion relegation in USL. A guy like that could come to a USL League One team in the Greenville Triumph and still a very good player, still one of the best players at this level. If he shows up and the Greenville Triumph behind Sebastian Velasquez have themselves a hell of a year, they get promoted to USL, he gets to move back up a division, right? So, like, that's why this is very, very interesting. But Thomas Mueller, one of the, I will not say best anymore, but one of the most well-known soccer players on planet Earth, making his way to MLS. Listen, these types of things aren't necessarily anything that is going to like register internationally to place the MLS as a top league, but these are the types of moves that gain attention for a stagnant league. I honestly, as I have said many times, I still very much believe that in the next 7 to 10 years, we'll be talking about the fact that the USL has surpassed Major League Soccer, and you will all see what I've been telling you for years, the concept of promotion relegation, which rewards and punishes owners, not just players, coaches, and fans. It's going to work. Book that. Write it down now. Let's get to item number 3. Don't need to spend a ton of time on this story because we talked about it at the end of the last hour, but I do think it is a big deal specifically for you fans of the Atlanta Braves. The Bravos drop a 9-6 decision to the Kansas City Royals last night. Eric Fetty picked up just a few days ago from St. Louis, went out and earned his 11th loss of a 3-11 record. That's why I said that day the Braves have punted on the season. 4.2 innings, gave up 4 earned runs, got 3 Ks, and gave up 1 big dong in those 4.2 innings of work. Offensively, the Braves were actually alive. They ended the night with 14 hits. You had multi-hit days from Eli White. You had a multi-hit day. Michael Harris went 3 of 5. He's been hot the last handful of days. Marcell Ozuna, 2 of 4. Ozzy Albies, 2 of 4 last night as well. Offense was good enough to win, just you had a bad pitcher out there because you just need dudes to eat up arms. If this was a Spencer Strider game, a Grant Holmes game, you probably win this baseball game. Don't care about any of that. What I do care about is the fact that Ronnie Acuna Jr. was pulled in the 6th inning. Ran for a foul ball, came up limp. Later in the inning, a ball was hit over his head, gave chase. After that, when it was clear he was in some level of discomfort in the leg, he left the game. Now, maybe you go, that sucks, Rob. Freak accident, right? Yeah, I'd like to think so. Except for, I'd like to flash you back to Monday's game. Monday's game, Ronald Acuna Jr. on second base. We all know that Ronnie on second is the equivalent of most MLB players being on third. A foul ball that was, or a ground ball that would score a guy from third, a lot of times it's going to score Ronnie from second. Ronnie rounded, he went home, and when he crossed the plate, he was very clearly in discomfort. He would finish the game, but he was very clearly limping around a little bit. Ronnie told the team after the game that he had discomfort in that leg. You know, the leg that he had ACL surgery on and missed the first third of the first half of the season because he was rehabbing that leg? Yeah, he said he had some discomfort. And the Braves said, you'll be all right. Head on out, big dog. Go get some. We believe in you. Now, in fairness, part of that conversation was Ronnie telling the Braves, yeah, it's a little discomfort, but like, I've missed a lot of baseball I'd like to play. And I get that. Brian Snicker, you are the manager. Manage. Alex Anthopoulos, you are the general manager. General manage. When the cornerstone of your franchise says, my leg's jacked, coach, I don't feel right, but I want to play. Y'all, this guy's the foundation. This guy's the cornerstone. This is the guy you have locked in for a long time as the dude. What if that injury he sustained last night is a popped Achilles? What if? In a year where you are 16 games below 500. In a year where you are 16 games off the divisional lead. In a year where you are 1.5 games up with the Washington Nationals and trailing the Miami Marlins, with all due respect. In a year where all those things are true, your foundation, your core, your cornerstone came to you and said, my leg, after I limped off the field last night, my leg is in discomfort, but I really do want to play. And they said, cool, head on out. Well, what happened? 6th inning, Ronnie has to shag a couple of balls. Something goes wrong in the lower extremity, and Ronnie has to not just leave the game, but has to be flown back to the ATL because he's got to get imaging done. He's got to have an evaluation. He goes to the 10-day IL. The Braves on Saturday are playing a game in Bristol, Tennessee at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's like a crown jewel event for MLB this year. It's going to be this big to do. They're going to pack 80K into that building. It is expected to be the most attended Major League Baseball game in history. And guess who's not going to be there? The Braves' numero uno reason for watching, Ronald Acuna Jr., now unavailable. And all you had to do was sit that guy down last night and go, Ronnie, we know you want to play. Trust me, we want you to play more than you want to play. You're the only reason to watch this trash-ass baseball team right now. But what we can't do is end up having something going wrong and losing you for another 13, 14-month stint. If this is an Achilles, that just happened. I don't think it is. We won't know until later today. But if that's what it is, and that's the price you paid, I don't want to say good. Maybe this will teach Snit and Anthopoulos a lesson. Because Snit's retiring. It doesn't matter anymore. This story sucks and is infuriating. Let's talk some college football when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, y'all stay right there. We'll be right back talking some college football on the flip side. Don't go nowhere. The Rock. Damn, 2-2.
Oh, no, it's 2-1. I don't know how.
2-1?
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought you had 2 yesterday.
Uh,
Just one? Okay. 2-1.
I had one on Monday. I didn't have any yesterday.
Okay, 2-1. Rob Brown trailing now in the who screws up the most game. Let's talk some college football here for just a minute. I spent some time last night running through the teams that are, I think, considered, let's say, playoff contenders. And I wanted to go pick out the most difficult game on the schedule that's not a rivalry game. I really should say the most dangerous game on the schedule for every contender that's not their rivalry game. So when we do Ohio State here in a second, we're not picking Michigan. We all know that that's one of those any given the game Saturdays that a lot of times the not as good team beats the better than team. So I wanted to pick out the most dangerous game on the schedule that isn't a highlight game, I guess is the way I should put it. Not a rivalry game, isn't a highlight game, right? We all know Clemson and South Carolina, like that's their circled in red game. But I wanted to pick out the most dangerous game, the game that if this team misses the playoffs because they had that one loss that kind of dinged them up too bad, is that possible game. So here's what I came up with. Let's start with the Buckeyes of Ohio State. Now I'm going to finish with the way that last year's rankings finished up, but we'll move teams up and down as we need to. Looking up and down the schedule for Ohio State, knowing that there are, I think, Zoe, 3 games that are highlight games here. We know you're opening with Texas at noon on the 30th of August. By the way, 1 month to the day from that game. 1 month to the that day is going to be amazing. There's every window has at least one potential national championship preview in it.
It is very difficult. People don't understand how hard it is to be working on Saturday, especially that very first week. And I know you'll have the games on while you're doing your show. I'll have them on while I'm doing my show. It's not the same as being able to give them their entire attention.
I totally agree.
And those first few weeks are really hard, and you start getting used to it again. But this is why I love noon games and why you don't like them.
I hate noon games. Play the games at night where they deserve to be played. Games like this should all be night games. Now, that being said, I am rearranging my entire brocade for that Saturday. I've got, at the brocade, for those of you that have seen me when I do shows from the house, I've got a big TV that I use as a computer monitor / I stack games up on the side of it to watch. And then I've got floating shelves around it that hold our Sports Talk Radio Show of the Year award, Crystal trophies, and like sports memorabilia that I love, whatever. I'm taking those shelves down, moving them to a different wall, and I've decided, because like TVs aren't crazy expensive anymore, right? It's like 32-inch TVs you pick up for like $120. I'm going to go buy 3 new TVs, and I'm just going to wrap TVs around my work monitor so that I can actually do the show but watch instead of having to, all right, whatever. That game at noon. That's
a good move as long as they're stable.
Yeah, they will be.
Because you kind of move around a little bit. And if they're not, it could be bad.
I've become an expert at mounting televisions. Every TV in my house now is mounted, and I did them all. I'm good at it. I don't know why. It's like the one thing I can do.
You're good at finding studs.
I am. Every time if you get a stud finder, it's real easy to find the first one. You just do what every man ever has done, put it against your chest, set it off, and go, found one. We've all done it. Hey, don't lie. We've all done it. Ohio State, you got 3 games that are the highlight games. You got Texas to open. You got Penn State on the 1st of November. You got Michigan at the end of the year. I have said a couple of times already, I do not think that there is much margin of error for the Ohio State Buckeyes this year. I don't think that you can take a silly loss this year. I don't think you can have a loss at Wisconsin this year because the way that the conference is stacked, if everybody comes close to getting to their potential in the SEC, I genuinely think the SEC may get 2 wins worth of credit per loss over every other conference, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, and everybody else. I think 10-2 in the SEC will be looked at with the reverence of 12-0 in the ACC. I think 9-3 will be looked at as 11-1 in the ACC. I think 8-4 will be looked at like 10-2 in the other conferences. That's what I think that conference looks to be this year.
You said silly loss, so yeah, I think you can lose to one of those teams. I mean,
the highlight teams,
losing to that team up north last year and the year before.
I think there's room for you if you
can do that, and you could still win the national championship.
And to be honest with you, I would not be shocked right now. I'd be happy to say in those 3 games, I think Ohio State goes 2-1. I think there's a loss in there somewhere. And I think 2-1 in those 3 is probably fine. I think 1 and 2.
Too. My biggest concern is the first game. So I mean, because quarterback.
My biggest concern for you, and I got another game on tap that I want to talk about. My biggest concern for you, Great One, in terms of those 3 games, the game I think you're most likely to lose. Listen, I don't trust James Franklin and Penn State in the playoffs, but he's going to get there. And there is
his new defensive coordinator, who was
Ohio State's. That is exactly correct.
Can he help them stop Ohio State's offense?
That's exactly correct. There is no defensive coordinator in the country who is going to be more familiar with the Buckeyes than Penn State's. And on top of that, the narrative every year is nobody trusts James Franklin at Penn State. But in the last 2 weeks, I've been at media days and in the multiple shows that are done around the country that I am on. In fact, I was on 2 weeks ago. I was on a station in Happy Valley talking about Penn State, talking about how they fit in the playoff picture and all that. And I asked the question. I said, let me ask you. And I was asking the dude that was doing the show. I said, let me ask you this question. Is it just me? Or does it feel like the conversations about Penn State this year, even with James Franklin's narrative being James Franklin's narrative, doesn't it kind of feel like the conversations are a little different about Penn State? And I think personally, that's not necessarily because this is going to be like a super different team than the team that came in second in the conference last year, than the team that went to the playoffs, had a big round 1 win, whatever. I think the conversation feels different because even in Happy Valley, they have kind of started to accept that if James Franklin doesn't get it done this year, that James Franklin's not going to get it done.
Well, then nationally, it definitely feels different because they're being picked to win the Big Ten and to go far in the playoffs. Maybe even their national championship odds are pretty high too, aren't they?
They're like one of the shortest 4, I think, or shortest 3 maybe,
or something like that. Yeah,
it feels like the conversation is different around Penn State, so that game is worrisome. I'll tell you the game that I am most worried about, though, for you, of the non-highlight games. It's the week before that, October 18th at Wisconsin at Camp Randall. I am worried about that game. Why am I worried about that game? All right, after Texas, you got Grambling and Ohio coming to the crib. You're on the road at Washington. You're back home against Minnesota. By the way, that at Washington game, that one could be kind of dicey, too. Not because I think Washington's in your realm, but that's a tough place to go play football, A. B, it's a pretty good Washington team this year. Nowhere near Ohio State, but pretty good. And C, that home environment, plus that team, plus the fact that you're most teams' Super Bowls this year, makes that game scary. So you got the Washington game. You're back home for Minnesota, at Illinois, at Wisconsin. Back-to-back road games. Burt Bielema's got Illinois pointed in the right direction. Again, nowhere near Ohio State, but trending up. Brett Bielema. What I call him, Burt. Let's be real. Look at that guy. He's a Burt.
He does look
Can we be honest?
He looks
he's a Burt.
Not in a Burt Reynolds kind of way, but
no,
a Burt the Muppet.
Like Burt kind of way. Like Burt. What up, Burt? Burt Bielema, Brett Bielema, has Illinois trending in the right direction. Gamecock fans know that. I think you could get into a spot, Great One, where you come off of a road game against a very physical Illinois team, and then you got Penn State 2 weeks later, but you got that roadie at Wisconsin right there in the middle. That game scares me a little bit because I think Wisconsin is a better team this year than they are getting credit for. This is the same Wisconsin team that I think has an opportunity to be top half of the Big Ten this year. And again, you're their Super Bowl. You're going to their crib. You're going to be off a physical game and potentially looking forward to Penn State, which especially if you lose to Texas in week 1, Penn State's going to feel like a must-win game. And if you lose to either Illinois or Wisconsin in back-to-back road games, Penn State becomes a must-win game at that point. So if you get caught looking ahead to Penn State after getting into a fist fight against Burt and the Illini, That game's a trap game. That game's a danger zone, without a doubt. All right, when we come back here in just a minute, a little extra time there because there's those Buckeyes. When we come back, let's look at some more contenders and what are the most dangerous non-highlight games. Texter said, Spike said, can't you call them trap games? Yeah, but like that doesn't have the same radio catch, Spike. I got to give it a little zhuzh. I got to give a little spice, a little pepper on the top to make it compelling. You know what I mean? So when we come back, which non-highlight game for each college football playoff contender could put them in the danger zone? We'll keep running through it. Get to some more teams next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
He is forever Bert now.
Yep, no, for sure. For sure. Bert Bielema. All right, dudes and dudettes, stay right there. We're coming right back. close enough that I should be able to get on in 2 in most par 5s. And for my one day, I am picking a day where there is a local course hosting a morning tournament and another course hosting an afternoon tournament. And I'm going out there and I'm kicking everybody's backside and I'm becoming a local golfing legend, and then I'm disappearing and I'm never playing golf again. Lonzo said he is selecting the handles of a young prime Kyrie Irving. And he's taking that down back home to the oldest stomping ground, heading out to the blacktop and schooling the cheering with the handles. That was my second. I said my second was Allen Iverson's handles for a day. I'm taking AI's handles and I'm going out to the court and I'm putting some Utes on roller skates. And I would love it. So, one athlete, one aspect of their game for one day. Who are you taking? What are you doing? We got some answers. We're going to circle back around to that in a minute. But for now, we are looking up and down the list of college football playoff contenders. And we are selecting the danger zone game that could get them in trouble. If they miss the playoffs this year, when they are expected to not do that, what's the one unexpected loss on the schedule? Now, we're not picking rivalry games. We're not picking the big games, the highlight games, the premier games. We are picking the scary game, the game that maybe you don't see it because it's in a weird spot on the schedule, because you got to go to a tough road team, but you're playing a highlight game the next week, whatever the case might be. Let's do Notre Dame next. This is a team that's got a lot of conversation about it. They open at Miami, and in week 2, they got Texas A&M coming to the house. That's a tough back-to-back set of games. Those are both highlight games, though, so we can't pick those. I'm going to say USC is off the table. For 2 reasons. Number 1, USC is just not that good. Number 2, it's in Notre Dame. Number 3, it is a rivalry game for as long as it lasts. I'm going to tell you the game that I think becomes a danger for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. On September 20th, they play at home against Purdue. On October 4th, they play at home against Boise State. Wedged in the middle on September 27th is a road game to Fayetteville to take on the Arkansas Razorbacks. Now, I've already told you, I do not think the Razorbacks are going to be very good this year. I have them finishing inside of the bottom 3, 4, whatever it was, in the Southeastern Conference. I think it's a big step back for Arkansas this year. Unfortunately, they had a couple of years where they hit on a very, very good crop of talent, but that's kind of faded out. A lot of guys have transferred, didn't get the recruits in to replace them. But I also think that you are looking at a desperate Arkansas team. I think that you are looking at a coach in Sam Pittman that if he's not already on the hot seat, this is the hot seat year, right? I've said the same thing about Mike Norvell, the hot seat year. This is the year that if you're not on the hot seat, if you have a bad year this year, you're on the hot seat to go on the hot seat. That's Sam Pittman. A win at home over Notre Dame. Win Notre Dame is a top 10 team and looking to get a playoff berth. That's the type of win that saves a job. Considering, again, it's not a big game against Purdue. But when you come back from that game, 3 straight at home against Boise State, who was a playoff team last year, and even though Ashton Janty is gone from that team, a team that is most of the media selection to once again be the group of 6 champion to make it into the playoffs. That's a game that I have no doubt the Notre Dame Fighting Irish will have their eyes on, which makes a road trip to a bad Arkansas team kind of fall into the territory of the danger zone. Let's go to the Oregon coming up next. I don't know why, Zoe, your audio input on the stream has gone bananas.
On mine, it's working.
Okay, now you're good. Yeah,
it was working fine.
Okay, we're good. All right, join us on the live stream, by the way, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at VFanUpstate. And you can also check out The Rob Brown Show on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitch. Like, subscribe, leave a comment, smash the subscribe, smash the bell, whatever those internet influencer things you're supposed to do are. Do those things.
Smash it.
Let's go to the Oregon Ducks here for just a minute. A team that won the Big Ten last year, a team that finished the regular season undefeated, a team that knocked off the Penn State Nittany Lions in the Big Ten championship game, and a team that, although they caught the bye, as the number 1 overall seed, I think also ended up with the toughest road to the championship of any of the 4 automatic qualifier byes. I'm looking up and down the schedule. The highlight games are at Penn State on September 27th. And honestly, there's not much else. Keep it a buck with you right now. I think this might be a karma moment for the Ducks because they were the number 1 overall seed, but as we pointed out, they got the toughest road to the championship last year. They got the Buckeyes in round 2. Had they beat them, they had the winner of Texas-Michigan in round 3, and that was to get to the title, not to win it. I think maybe there's a little universal karma at play here. Montana State at home, Oklahoma State at home, at Northwestern. Oregon State at home. That's the rivalry game. That one is, again, that's probably the biggest game on the schedule, except for the following week when they are on the road on the other side of the country at Penn State. Back home for Indiana at Rutgers versus Wisconsin at Iowa. Back home for Minnesota and USC. They end the year at Washington. I think the danger zone game for Oregon's got to be Kurt Cignetti and the Hoosiers, right? You're coming off the game against Penn State. Penn State, as we have pointed out, is right now second in the betting odds to win the Big Ten, and they're not that far behind the Buckeyes. They are also either, depending on the book you look at, third or fourth to win the Natty, and they're not that far behind the Buckeyes. There is a different conversation happening around the Penn State Nittany Lions this year. The Ducks got to go to Happy Valley. That, by the way, we know is the whiteout game, which means you are going to get the absolute best version of the Penn State Nittany Lions. And if that is the case, that next week's game against Indiana, a team that, honestly, I can't say Indiana got better in the offseason. They didn't get worse. And those are the types of games that last year, up until the playoffs, those are the type of games that made Kurt Cignetti a guy that we were talking about, that we were playing sound clips from. All I do is win. Google me. That game becomes the danger zone game. Versus Indiana, it is at home. It is at Autzen Stadium. But coming off that Penn State game, you're going to be battered, bruised. You're going to have, in 3 weeks, traveled from all the way up there in Oregon to all the way over there in Penn State on the other side of the continent. And then you got to go from Penn State all the way back to Oregon to take on Indiana. This team will, in 14 days, play and crisscross the entire continental United States twice. Twice. They got to go Oregon, Pennsylvania, back to Oregon. You don't think Indiana's going to be jacked up for that game to take down a Big Ten title contender? Of course they do. The Texas Longhorns open at Ohio State. Highlight game. We're not going to pick that one. The Texas Longhorns also have the Boomer Sooners Red River rivalry on October 11th, and they end the year with A&M. Fair to say those are the highlight games. I'll tell you this spot that if Texas is going to lose a regular season game that keeps them out of the playoffs, I'll tell you what it is. This one's easy for me. The week before Oklahoma, they are on the road at Florida. Now, there's a problem going down for the Mighty Gators of Florida. They start their camp today. Their players showed up to start their camp yesterday. And DJ Lagway showed up in a walking boot. He's got a calf strain. He is going to miss a significant chunk of the next 2 weeks healing up and rehabbing a calf strain. Guys, we start football in 3.5 weeks. He's going to miss probably 2 of those weeks rehabbing. So this is prime get better time for college football players. You don't want to be getting better the week going into the season. You want to be picking up speed the weeks going into the season. Right now is get better time. And a guy who is the heart and soul of this team and expected to be a Heisman Trophy contender, it can't do anything. He's in a boot with a calf strain. However, I am in on the DJ Lagway hype train. I am in on the momentum behind this cat. I think he can ball out a little bit. Texas the week before Florida, and this is the one good spot, is at home against Sam Houston State. But then they got to go down to the Swamp. If Florida, out of the gate, is as good as I think Florida might be out of the gate, that stadium is going to be electric. That stadium is going to be tough. That stadium is going to be as loud as anywhere in the country if Florida's undefeated at that point. And they might very well be. Looking at the schedule running up to that game for the Mighty Gators of Florida. They are opening against Long Island, South Florida. They're at LSU and at Miami in the 2 weeks leading up. That's the good news for Texas. 2 really tough games. But if Florida, even if Florida's got one loss and one of them is to either LSU or Miami, if Florida's even a one-loss team, that road trip to take on the Gators becomes scary for Steve, Arch, and the fellas. So that's their danger zone game to me. How about Penn State? We've talked about them a few times. Again, second shortest odds to end up in the Big Ten championship. Third shortest odds to win the Natty. Second in the Big Ten behind Ohio State. Conversation's a little different this year. I'd say Oregon is the highlight game. I'd say Ohio State is the highlight game. And that's kind of it. I'll tell you where the trap game is for me in this one. How long has Matt Rule been at Nebraska? A couple seasons now? If Matt Rule's been at Nebraska for a couple of seasons now, what has the narrative been about Matt Rule's ability to turn around a college football program? The third year is the standout year. It was his third year at Rice that got him on the map. It was his third year at Baylor that got him the job with the Carolina Panthers. It's his third year in Nebraska. Third year at the helm of the Black Shirts. Now, it falls in a good part of the schedule because the week before Nebraska, which is a home game, they're at Michigan State. Sparty's going through some stuff right now. We ain't worried about them. And they end rivalry weekend, Penn State v. Rutgers. Again, not worried about Rutgers. Here's what I am worried about. This team has, in the weeks leading up to the Michigan State game, a road trip to Iowa, a road trip to Columbus, and a homer against the Hoosiers. That's like 3 of the top 5 teams in the Big Ten back to back to back. Then at Michigan State. And again, who knows what Michigan State's going to be. I don't think they're going to be very good. I don't think they're going to be dangerous either. That Nebraska game. By that point, we'll know if Matt Rule has done what Matt Rule has been hired to do at Nebraska. They may not be an under-the-radar team the way that they might be if they were earlier in the schedule. But if Matt Rule's turned this team around, and considering Penn State is, like Ohio State, a Super Bowl game for everybody this year, that Penn State team may be going through it at that point. And coming into those final 3 games going, all right, we made it. We got one loss. We're 8-1. We've got 3 games left to play. Fortunately, they're bottom dwellers. If Nebraska's not a bottom dweller and they're not flying high on the radar, that game is the danger zone game for the Penn State Nittany Lions. All right, when we come back in the next hour of the show, we'll take a look at Georgia, Tennessee, Ole Miss, SMU, BYU, and of course, Alabama, Miami, Clemson, and South Carolina. What's the danger zone game for all of you? I'll give you my thoughts on that in the next hour. We'll take some more of your answers. You get one element of one athlete's game for one day. What are you taking? Why are you taking? I'm taking Tiger Woods and his ability to hit the long ball accurately, and I'm going to win a bunch of local golf tournaments in one day. Many as I can in a single day. Lonzo's taking prime Kyrie's handles, and he's going to school to Utes of Ohio on the blacktop. What's the one element of one athlete's game you're taking for one day, and what are you doing with it? We'll take some of your answers on the flip side. All of that coming up after the single most high pleasure minute of your day, Lonzo's Sports Flash. Pleasure them, Lonzo.
I shall pleasure them, Rob. Thank you. You don't want to be around for this. The Atlanta Braves dropped Game 2 of their series with the Royals 9-6. The recently acquired Eric Fiddy took the loss, giving up 4 earned runs on 5 hits. The Braves offense had 14 hits, including multi-base hits from Jurickson Profar, Ozzie Albies, Drake Baldwin, and Michael Harris II, and homers from Marcell Ozuna and Austin Riley. Still lost up. Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson is expected to end his holdout and report to the team today. According to reports, while the team has not announced an extension yet, it is believed his arrival is a good faith gesture to spark negotiation. Las Vegas Aces ruined LA Sparks center Cameron Brink's return to the WNBA after months of rehabbing a torn ACL. Former Gamecock Asia Wilson converted her first 10 buckets en route to a 16 of 23 34-point performance that included a dozen boards. Brink had 5 points and 1 of 3 shooting. If you only knew how I have to fix things that I missed in proofreading while reading.
Away we go. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Up State. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, the Great Alonzo, and you. Be a part of the radio program at 844-326-3663. We'd love to have you. Hope you jump on board. We got a lot going on this AM. Coming up later on in the show, we're going to spend some time talking about the Carolina Panther defense. Because obviously...
Wait, they got one of those?
They do got one of those, as a matter of fact. And not only do they got one of those, but I think they got one of those that's going to be good enough to get the job done. I don't think it's going to be a top 10 unit. I think it'd be a top 15, 16 unit. But I think that's going to be good enough. Not just because they're in the NFC South, where 9 wins might win you the division. 10 wins probably wins you the division. Almost feels like 11 wins, you definitely win the division this year. But also because I think they have some matchup strengths with the teams that they will need to defeat this year. I also think Derek Brown is going to finally establish himself, as I've been trying to tell hosts on other shows for a long time. This dude might be the best defensive tackle in the league. He's just been so banged up. It's been hard to show it. And the stats don't reflect it because he's not a guy that has a ton of tackles for a loss, ton of sacks, whatever. This year I want to, and if I can remember, because we are still like 5 weeks away from the NFL. If I can remember, I actually want to count double teams on Derek Brown this year. Because I'm going to guess the answer is about 1 billion by the time we get done with this thing. I
want him to stay healthy enough to take on those double teams.
That's it. I bet the answer is going to be about 1 billion. I think the actual way that this might be judged is not number of double teams, but percentage of plays on which he is double teamed. Because I'm going to bet that's going to be legitimately might be north of 80%. So we'll talk about the defense a little bit later on in the show. We've got a few other things we are doing on the broadcast today. One of them is I have asked you the question. If you could steal one element of one pro athlete's game for one day, what element of whose game are you stealing and what are you doing with it? I have said I want Tiger Woods' ability to drive the golf ball. I want the ability to come off the tee like Eldrick. I want to be able to slam the golf ball 365 yards, dead center fairway, or wherever I want to drop the ball. And what I'm doing with it is I am finding a pair of local courses that are hosting a morning tournament and a different course that is hosting an afternoon tournament. And I'm showing up, kicking everybody's behind, taking my prize money, and fading into the ether as a local golf legend. I would probably go so far as to, shave the beard and go with the Marvel Comic Universe hat with no logo on it and big glasses in disguise so that they don't know it's me. Show up, run it, take my prize money, and then disappear and never be seen as that guy on a golf course in the area ever again. And I would just be the Clark Kent / Superman of the greatest local golfer ever.
That didn't work for Happy Gilmore when he went to the local course and wore the hat and the big glasses.
He revealed himself, though, you know? Or is that what I do? Do I go out with the no logo hat, big glasses, and a parka, win 2 tournaments, and not reveal who I am until I pick up the prize money at both, and then just do like a WWE walkout with my cash? I don't know, but that's what I would do. Scott checked in on the Facebook chat. Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube or Twitter, The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, or on Twitch. We are live all 4 hours of all 5 days of every single week that we have 4 hours for 5 days. Come on by. Scott said, I'd take Mark McGwire's home run hitting ability. The home run derby at Fenway in 99 is still one of my favorite sporting events I've ever seen. I'd want to launch homers over the Green Mountain. I'll pass on the steroids, though. Yeah, I'm not saying you got to do what they did to get it. I'm just saying you wake up one day and the magical sports genie says, yo, for the next 24 hours, you can hit dongs like the Big Mac. Get at it, big fella.
What if you did that, but you had to suffer one bout of roid rage? Just one.
Well, then I don't feel bad for Scott. I feel bad for everybody around Scott. All right, so who are you taking, and what are you doing with it? The other thing that we are doing this AM is looking at college football teams that are considered as college football playoff contenders. Who are the teams that can get in? And what's the biggest danger zone game on the schedule?
Just enough to tease. That's
I like
all,
it.
That's all I want.
I like it. I do a lot. I should have done that. That's why you're the great one. Let's take a look at where the danger zone is for the Georgia Bulldogs out of the Southeastern Conference, should we? Tennessee's a highlight game, I think. Now, Tennessee is probably taking a step back from last year. I don't want to blame Nico Iamaleava for that, but it doesn't help all that much. Alabama's a highlight game for Georgia, no doubt about it. Florida's a highlight game. World's largest outdoor cocktail party. That's what it is.
Yeah, you can't.
That's what it was.
You can't call it that.
And that's what it shall forever remain.
Okay.
Sorry, administrators at Georgia and Florida. I respect why you're doing it, but I'm not going to do it.
Is the Red River shootout, is that still a
Yep,
thing?
that's still a thing.
Okay, I didn't know if they got rid of that too.
I think it's mostly referred to as the Red River rivalry now because alliteration.
Yeah, but I can't do it.
It's still a shootout to
That's
me,
a Red
sure.
Red River rivalry. There, I did it, but very slowly.
Florida, the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, is a highlight game for me. And I'm going to say the game that I think might be the trap game, the danger zone game of choice, I'm going to say is the week after Kentucky on the road at Auburn. Now, this is a rivalry game, and I have established the rules that we are picking the danger zone game that is not a rivalry.
I'm not going to do it every time.
No, I didn't want you to. Not that one. If I want you to do it, I'll go the danger zone.
Which is a shame that I don't do requests.
Exactly.
And I was trying to update my chapters.
At Auburn. This is a rivalry game. It is the oldest rivalry in the South. However, it's not really a rivalry game. Auburn's won, what, one in the last 10? Like, it's not really a rivalry. It's a rivalry game, but it's not really a rivalry game.
I think it depends on your age group. For the older people, it's still a rivalry. For the younger, it's like, yeah.
For those of you that remember the end of the Civil War, it's a rivalry game for sure. For the rest of us, it's known as there's never been a year when I've looked at the best rivalries in college football and even had the thought Georgia-Auburn.
Yeah, but Nick Saban's gone now, so it may be a rivalry again.
I don't know. We'll see. I do think that game is maybe the biggest danger zone game on the schedule. Here's why. They got at Tennessee and Alabama back-to-back. Then they got Kentucky. I think all of us think Kentucky is not the same team that they were the last couple of years. In fact, I think this is Mark Stoops' worst roster that he's had since he's gotten there. And while I think Mark Stoops is a fine coach, I don't think that he is the turn a dog turd into a diamond kind of head coach.
Needs to find himself some cheap sunglasses.
I'm telling you, have you tried dancing in the locker room, Mark? That might get the boys gassed. So I think that might be a letdown spot. And the week after Auburn, you got Ole Miss coming to the crib. Here's the thing. I've already told you, I think Hugh Freeze, although a lot of folks in Auburn are saying he's not there yet, I disagree. I think Hugh Freeze is on the hot seat. I think this is a hot seat year for Hugh Freeze. I think that Hugh Freeze has been contentious enough this offseason that I think a lot of Auburn fans are running very short on patience. We talked about it earlier. The thing that has kind of set a lot of them off this offseason is that Hugh Freeze was giving all of these reasons that he, the head coach, was not actively out recruiting, hitting the trail, as they call it. And then, while he was giving these excuses, I've got health issues, which we know Hugh Freeze has had health issues. Sure, I take that as for real. Except for he said all that, and then people were posting pictures of Hugh Freeze just out playing golf while the rest of the coaching staff was out recruiting on the trail. He's just out swinging sticks, hitting 18. That really kind of that really kind of rubbed Auburn fans, metaphorically speaking, the wrong way.
All right, see, that's always bothered me. Like, well, the president was out playing golf. Doesn't matter what president, they've all played golf. Why are they not out there doing it? I mean, can't they have like one day when they're out there doing something else?
Let me ask you this one, because I've heard it, and I get it, and I'm not saying no. But let me ask you this. If tomorrow we went to war, a real war, not a sending stealth bombers and hitting some sites and getting them out of there. I'm talking boots on the ground, artillery moving, dogfights in the air, war. If we went to war and the president was out playing golf, because I'm going to tell you, the Auburn fans take their football season as seriously as we would take a war.
All right, so you're saying that recruiting is the equivalent of war.
I'm saying that
it's not, and recruiting's different now. And I think most head coaches have assistant coaches, and that's what they do. They go out and do the recruiting. How many head coaches actually go out and do it themselves?
I would say the list of who doesn't is shorter. I would tell you, Ryan Day does his own recruiting. Dabo Swinney does his own recruiting. Like the guys at the top.
Does he do all of it? Or does he just go to
where
the stars are?
I didn't say don't do all of it. I'm saying when you one day say, hey guys, I listen, there's a reason I'm not out on the trail. And you don't go at all, but you're out playing golf, right? Like that's the thing. There's a difference there. If it's non-recruiting, non-contact season, he can't be recruiting, he can't be reaching out to play. Go play some golf, brother. I get it. Ain't no thing but a chicken wang. But if we'd have been at SEC Media Days, which is a big week for us, ACC Media Days, big week for us. If I'd have texted you Monday and been like, hey, Zoe, I'm out tomorrow, I'm going to play golf, you'd have been like, yeah, no. No, you're not.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
I wouldn't have a problem with it. Some people down the hall might, though.
So the point of all that is, I think Hugh Freeze is on the hot seat. And I think Auburn's desperate this year because if it gets away from them and they have to fire another head coach and pay a lot of money to another head coach and then find another head coach, it could get bad on the plains down in Opelika, Alabama. They have got to have a couple of signature wins. Georgia and Alabama are the two signature wins for the Auburn Tigers. Let me get one more or two more in this segment. We will go through as many as we can through the back portion of this hour. I do have some sound that I want to get you, but since we were so deep in this conversation, I wanted to get through as much of it as I could. Let's go to, is Arizona, I think Arizona State is the favorite out of the Big 12 again. Even without Cam Scatterbo. I think it's going to be a different year, but I still think that they've got the talent to be the favorite.
Wait. The Big 12 still plays football?
They sure do. They sure do. It just means less, but they do still play football. I looked up and down the schedule. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. Like, they're at Colorado. I don't know. Because listen, I am pulling for Deion Sanders, the human being. I thought he had a great moment this week that I think should be celebrated, and we should be celebrating Deion Sanders. I have questions about Deion Sanders, the football coach in the Buffaloes this year. Without Travis Hunter, without Shedeur Sanders, I think it's a nasty step back for the Buffs. So, I don't know. I don't think that's the danger zone game. I'll tell you where the danger zone game is for this team, a team that does have Big 12 aspirations. It is going to end up being, I think, the game against Houston, wedged between Texas Tech and Iowa State. They got Baylor, TCU, Utah, Texas Tech, back-to-back. I think if Arizona State can come out of that 4-game stretch 3-1, I think they're winning this division. I think if they come out of it 2-2, they probably still win the conference, not division, the conference. I think if they come out of that 2-2, I think they still win the conference. That Houston game's interesting because Houston is not a bad football team. They're not the football team they were a few years ago. They are still a good football team. And they do have to go to Arizona State. But coming off that stretch of Baylor, TCU, Utah, Texas Tech, that's a tough 4-game slug out of the Big 12 for a team. That's not a Georgia, not a Clemson. And they got to go to Iowa State the week after that. That's a tough football game on the road at the Cyclones. That's going to be one they're going to have to get geared up for, too. That Houston game, to me, kind of feels very danger zone trappy in that spot. Let's go to the Tennessee Volunteers. I do not think that they are a college football playoff contender, but I have also said I think the SEC is stacked this year, and I think it's going to bear out at the end of the year.
Wait. They're not saying this is Tennessee's year? Because I've heard that for a long time now.
Yeah. I mean, it's always Tennessee and Texas's year. I think that the last couple of years they have been moving closer. And I do think Josh Heupel's doing a good job, and I do think Josh Heupel will get them there at some point. I just don't think it's this year. I think there's been enough that is kind of turned over there. It's going to be a problem. But aside from the highlight games, taking on Georgia, at Alabama, and then at Florida, I'll tell you the games I think. I really think I could find 2 games that become problematic for this team. The first one is going to be at Kentucky. Now, we've already said, probably Mark Stoops' least talented team since he's been there. We've already said, I think Kentucky's taken a step back. I think, if I recall correctly, I believe that I have Kentucky finishing in the bottom 3 spots in the Southeastern Conference this year. I just don't think they're going to be very good. I think they're going to, I don't think Kentucky's bowl eligible at the end of the year, right? But the week before that, they're at Alabama. The week after that, they're back home for Oklahoma. And as we said earlier about Penn State, there seems to be a different set of conversations taking place around Brent Venables' football team right now. There were a lot of folks that I talked to at SEC Media Days 2 weeks ago. There were a lot of folks that I talked to at SEC Media Days who believe this is a breakout year for Oklahoma. Couple of things. They get themselves a new offensive coordinator coming down from an air raid team. And Brent Venables has openly said a couple times, I'm stepping back from that. I'm going to let the OC be the OC. I'm gonna oversee it, but I'm going to let him run it. He's going to do the day-to-day ops. I'm going to do big picture stuff, as a manager might say. I think that's big. They went and they got their quarterback that they're in love with. I think that's big. And defensively, their coach is Brent Venables. They're going to hit, and they're going to hit hard, and they're going to be fast. I think Tennessee's got to be looking not just to the road trip at Alabama, because I am one of the folks, and there appear to be a lot of them, that believe Alabama's a good football team this year. Media voted them 3rd place in the SEC poll this year in projected order of finish. I think Alabama's going to be good, and you got to go to Alabama. You come back the week after in Oklahoma, who may be fighting for a spot in either a bigger bowl game or in the SEC title game still, coming to the crib. Going to Kentucky, especially if Mark Stoops is coaching a losing team at that point. Especially if Mark Stoops feels like he is fighting to either A, keep himself off of the hot seat, or B, not get fired at the end of the year. That Kentucky game becomes dangerous. Because while they are the least talented team they've had in a while, they may at that point be one of the most desperate teams that they have had in Lexington, Kentucky for a very long time. I think Kentucky's dangerous to the that's a Super Bowl game teams. And I think Tennessee might be one of those. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap up with a few more teams that I think are in the mix for the playoffs. We'll take a look at SMU, BYU. We'll take a look at Alabama, Miami. And we'll take a look at Clemson and South Carolina. What are the biggest danger zone games for each of the contenders? We keep that discussion going next on The Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. right, let's hustle through a few more college football playoff contenders. We're taking a look up and down their regular season schedules and picking out the games that are the biggest games in the danger zone for each and every team.
Kills you, doesn't it? Because you want to hear that next note.
So bad. So bad. It just needed one more. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. And also, I'm going to have Kenny Loggins in my head for a week.
There's the thing. If you play that next note, you have to play the entire thing. I mean.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's take a look at the Ole Miss running Rebels under Lane Kiffin. A lot of folks there at SEC Media Days thought that this was, of all the next group of teams outside of Texas, Georgia, a lot of folks there said, well, Ole Miss has got every chance that Alabama does. Lane Kiffin loves his quarterback, yada, yada. That's all well and good. I don't think they're a contender, but enough people did that I decided to go ahead and put them on the list. Georgia State, Kentucky, Arkansas, Tulane. They should be 4-0 out of the gate. They got a game against LSU. That is a long-standing rivalry game. I will not count that. Then, Washington State, at Georgia, at Oklahoma, home for South Carolina. Tough 4-game stretch in that Washington State game without question nor debate is the danger zone. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, I thought we were past that. All right, I'm not gonna do anything else. I'm just gonna stay on that button.
No,
for the rest of the show.
Now I'm gonna start working it into segments that we're not doing this. All right. Washington State is the danger zone game for the Ole Miss Running Rebels. No, not there. Not there. Come on, man. I trust you.
It's now my job.
I trust you.
It's now my.
No, you do where it needs to be done.
I did this to myself. That's fine.
The LSU game is the LSU game. LSU is either going to be 12-0, 11-1 and SEC champions, or they're going to be 8-4, 7-5, and Brian Kelly is either fired or very close to it. But that LSU game for Ole Miss, that is a game that, first off, Lane Kiffin wants to win. But that is also a game, I think, that Lane Kiffin can hang the legacy on, A, and B, if the Ole Miss running Rebels want to convince everybody that they deserve to be in that upper echelon of the Southeastern Conference, that's the game they have to win. And then the week after Washington State, they're on the road at Georgia. I don't think I need to say much else. And the week after they're on the road at Georgia, they're on the week again in Norman, Oklahoma to take on the Boomer Sooners. They got Washington State in the middle. That's going to be the one game. And of all of the games that I have said so far, if you get caught looking ahead to it, this might be the most if you get caught looking ahead to it game that we have mentioned so far. LSU, at Georgia, at Oklahoma. And by the way, after Oklahoma, the Gamecocks of South Carolina are coming down to the crib too. Now, I think last year I probably would have said South Carolina is the biggest danger zone game. But nobody is sleeping on the Gamecocks. Listen, the one big change from last year to this year for you South Carolina fans that you have to factor into your variable either next week or the week after when we do our ceilings and floors for college football teams. I think the one variable that a lot of you may not be considering is the fact that you're not sneaking up on anybody anymore. Everybody has got the game film. They all saw what you did last year. They saw what Lenoris did in the Clemson game last year. Lenoris Sellers is one of the shortest 6 players in college football when it comes to odds for the Heisman. He's not one of the 6 shortest players. He's got the shortest odds. You know what the hell I'm saying. Shut up. No, you're not sneaking up on anybody. So South Carolina might have been the sleepy game last year, but it's not this year. So for me, with LSU, and then at Georgia, at Oklahoma, home for South Carolina, that Washington State game in the middle is the perfect game to call the danger zone. See, that felt good. That one felt right. That one felt like the right point. Let's do SMU. SMU is a team that is, I think, most likely to square off with the Clemson Tigers in the ACC championship game this year. I do think that there is a rematch in store. I think there's a couple of other teams that can make it interesting. We all know that Miami is expected to finally be them again. I don't trust Mario Cristobal. And Miami's going to have probably 3, maybe 4 real games on the schedule this year that are pressure cooker games if they want to accomplish anything in the postseason. And I don't trust Mario Cristobal in those games. Louisville, under Jeff Brom. They went and got Miller Moss out of USC. A lot of folks out in California have said that this dude is going to be a stud, and Louisville's going to be glad they landed him. And on top of that, Jeff Brom's not afraid to throw the football 11 times in a game. And if Miller Moss has got that arm, maybe Louisville makes it interesting. But I think when it comes down to it, I'm going to take the team under Rhett Lashley that been there, done that in their very first year to do it again. So where is the trip-up spot for the SMU Stangers? They got Clemson, and it's on the road. We get a regular season matchup. I think it may be one of 2 this year. They got Miami coming to the crib. That's a highlight game this year. That game may very well determine who is the Clemson Tigers' opponent in the ACC title game, is the outcome of that regular season game. That might be a tiebreaker when it's all said and done. Here's the thing. Right in the middle of that game, they're not a very good team, but I really like the direction early in the reformat of the program. I really like the direction that the Wake Forest Demon Deacons are going in. And the Demon Deeks have the Stangers coming to them in between Clemson and Miami. Those are the 3 top teams in the Southeastern Conference this year. Clemson, Miami, SMU. And they play 2 of them, the other 2 of them, and they got Wake wedged in the middle, and it's a road trip. Which means that the Stangers are going to be in Texas to take on Stanford, here in the upstate to take on Clemson, back home for a week of classes, back up to North Carolina to take on Wake, before they come back home to take on Miami. It's a weird road trip. It's a weird spot wedged in between the other 2 teams that are the best competition that you will face in the year in terms of locking up one of the 2 ACC title spots. That's why that Wake Forest game, SMU's clearly better on paper, clearly would be an upset. That's why that is an upset game. That is why that game, to me, for SMU is the danger zone. Okay, now we're just having fun with it. Let's do Clemson and South Carolina real quick before we get to a break. Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what. Let's do Alabama and Miami real quick before we go to a break. We'll do Clemson and South Carolina to wrap up this hour of the show. Let's look at the Hurricanes of Miami. Carson Beck comes down from Georgia. Left Georgia with a 24-3 record. That's real good in the Southeastern Conference, playing at a premier program over the past couple of years. Makes his way on down south to South Beach to be the QB1 for the Canes. Where's the trap game? Here's the thing. Because I laid down one rule for picking our danger zone games in the 2025 season. That one rule is no rivalry or highlight games. Because they're rivalry games and they're highlight games. I'm going to break my rule for Miami because there really is only one answer here. They got Notre Dame out of the gate, big game. Bethune, South Florida, both at home. Then they've got the Gators of Florida coming to the creek, rivalry game. They got Louisville, October 17th. I don't know if I'd say that's a highlight game. I also don't think it's a trap game. They got SMU on the road in October, NC State, Virginia Tech, and at Pitt. At Virginia Tech and at Pitt to end the year. I'm going to tell you what the trap game is, what the danger zone game is here. And I do not think it is a rivalry game. And I would say in, I don't know, roughly, literally any other year, I'd say this game's off the table. Florida State on the road in Tallahassee. Now, I don't know what Florida State is this year. There are a large variety of opinions on this. A lot of people think it's bounce back year for Florida State. And again, what's bounce back? 6-6, 8-4, 7-5. I don't know what the answer to that is. But a lot of people are calling for the bounce back. And a lot of people think Florida State's going to stink out loud.
If you win 4, that's twice as much as you won last year.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think on the road at Florida State. Because you're playing Florida the week before, a team that has playoff aspirations. You're playing the team the next week, a team that wants to take you out of the catbird seat in the Atlantic Coast Conference. And there's Florida State, a 2-10 team that you beat the ever-loving holy out of last year. Now, Miami's not going to fall asleep for Florida State, but they might. And if they fall asleep at Florida State and Florida State is in the bounce back and they get caught licking the wounds from Florida and looking ahead to Louisville, maybe that's a danger. Real quick, Alabama. I'm struggling with this one, to be honest, because I don't think there's a let-up spot. I think it's a tough schedule. They're at Florida State to open. Back home for maybe Wisconsin. They got the Badgers coming down to Tuscaloosa between UL Monroe and Georgia. Do they get caught looking ahead to the Bulldogs? Maybe. They come off that game at Georgia back home against Vandy. Revenge game. I don't think they're going to not want to beat Vandy by 50. Put them back in the place. Tennessee's a rivalry game. They're at South Carolina, tough game. Then they're back home for LSU and Oklahoma, Eastern Illinois and Auburn. I don't think there's a danger zone game for Alabama. I think their schedule is the danger zone this year. I'd love to pick one. The only one I can really say maybe is Vanderbilt. Like maybe Diego Pavia has the boys hype and ready to go to Tuscaloosa and prove it wasn't a fluke. I don't know. When we come back, let's wrap this conversation up by taking a look at the mighty Gamecocks of South Carolina and the mighty Tigers of Clemson. I'll tell you what I think the two biggest danger zone games are. That's next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. The Kenny Loggins games. That's what we should call them this year. They're Kenny Loggins games. You don't want to fall asleep for a Kenny Loggins game.
I like it, but, demographics being what they may be, some people may know the song, but not the guy who sang it.
We're not worried about them.
Okay, all right. Daggum youngins.
The Utes, Yana. The Utes. Here's the thing, James, and I talked about this a little bit earlier. I honestly don't think that Oklahoma is a surprise game for anybody this year. Honestly, I don't think they're a surprise game this year. I think that there are a lot of folks who believe that the Oklahoma Boomer Sooners are going to take a big step forward this year. And I'm not totally sold on that yet. I will say they've taken a lot of steps that lead me to not outright dismiss it as a possibility. One of the biggest problems the last couple of years is that the offense has been disjointed in Norman, Oklahoma. They went and they got a real OC. And Brent Venables has pretty much said, I'm going to oversee everything, but I'm going to let my coordinators coordinate. And if he gets out of the way and lets his new OC, and they got a good quarterback, maybe they find their way. Maybe that's what they needed. Apparently, I don't know if he showed up yesterday, but apparently after his fireworks eye injury, Najee Harris has not showed up for camp yet.
Yeah, did he lose his eye or not?
They haven't said anything.
Yeah, just say it's an eye injury.
This guy on Instagram yesterday said, do you think Najee Harris shows up dressed as a pirate to make an excuse for an eye patch? I was like, that's messed up and also hilarious.
Perfectly acceptable in Tampa Bay or Las Vegas.
For sure. Yes, OU did smash Bama last year, and Held Bama to, I believe, just 3 points. That was a big part of the reason that a lot of people thought South Carolina should go ahead of Bama. Buddy? Welcome back, buddy. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Up State. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you are rolling through the foremost electrifying hours of your day. Every day from 6 until 10 o'clock in the morning. We have spent the last couple of segments looking up and down the schedules of college football's playoff contenders this year. Contenders. Teams that have a chance to maybe fight their way into the 12-team field and earn the opportunity to go play in the playoffs. And keep in mind, straight seeding this year, meaning that the SEC champ is not guaranteed to be the number one overall seed. Big Ten champ, not guaranteed to be the 12-0. May not make you the number one overall seed. It will, but you get the point. So we're looking up and down the sheddies. I have given you some teams.
Could you not say that word that way again? Because that was, yeah.
The schedules.
Thank
the
you.
sketties.
Thank you.
Whatever one of my dumb ways to say it you want to go with.
There's a little more H in the first time you said it. Yeah.
We have looked at every team. Let's get to your teams. Upstate South Carolina. Let's get to the Tigers of Clemson. With their meow and moo offense.
No, it wasn't the meow. It was.
Oh, meow and cow offense.
There we go.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's get it right.
With, as Alonzo has called it, the meow and cow offense. You got to acknowledge that's pretty funny, Clemson fans. You got to acknowledge that's pretty funny.
They already hate me for the kitten. So I mean,
Let's take a look at Clemson.
It's still an ag school, right?
We all know that 1 month from today, Clemson and LSU will do battle to claim the title of the real Death Valley. It's all on the line. And as I've said before, if you want to lean on the history and all that, that's fine. I will tell you, I have been to multiple games at both stadiums in what is the thing that I will say most likely to get me run out of the upstate on a rail. Death Valley's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I'm sorry, Clemson fans. I don't know what to tell you. It's a terrifying place to be an away team. It's the loudest place. It's the biggest party in college football.
I haven't been there before, but I completely agree with you. And I'm not sorry, Clemson fans.
I heard it described earlier this week because obviously everybody's having a great time with the Death Valley Tigers versus Death Valley Tigers debate about this game a month from today. And I heard it put this way earlier. And as much as I wanted to hate it, I thought it was actually a really good way to illustrate why it is that I say, even if Clemson's Death Valley came first, Baton Rouge is taking the title. A very long time ago, a young lady out of Tennessee sang a song. That song was entitled, I Will Always Love You. That lady is the queen of our collective hearts. The greatest living American, Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton sang a song called I Will Always Love You. It's a great song. It's a great take on the song. It's her song. Except it's not her song anymore. Because about 20 years later, that song would be sung again. That song would be performed, not sung, performed by a young lady by the name of Whitney Houston. And the second that all of us heard the end of Whitney Houston singing I Will Always Love You, it was her song. Yeah. Dolly may have wrote it. Dolly may have done it first.
Dolly got paid, though.
Maybe so.
She got paid.
Maybe so.
Lot.
I don't know. I don't care. The financials, the justification behind it.
Still makes it her song. I get what you're saying.
If we go out and walk up and down downtown South Carolina and we say, hey, you know that song, I will always love you.
If you do that, they're probably going to call the police.
If we go ask people who sings the song I Will Love You, the answer is Whitney Houston. It's Dolly's song. She got paid. She wrote it. She gets all the credit. That's all well and good. It's Whitney's song now. right?
I don't know. That was a long time ago, and today's youths may not have a clue about
that song's still everywhere.
Does it? Is it?
I will also say it's very similar to when Johnny Cash re-recorded the song "Hurt" by Trent Reznor and Nine Inch Nails. You know who said that's Johnny Cash's song now? Trent Reznor and Nine Inch Nails. It's his song now.
Did Dolly say that's now?
Here's the thing.
No, she didn't.
You know my affinity, my love for Dolly Parton. I come on this show once every 2 weeks wearing a Dolly Parton t-shirt. I'm a grown-ass man who adores Dolly Parton. To me, cancel the 2028 elections.
Most grown men and not so grown men love Dolly Parton.
We love Dolly Parton for all the reasons.
Because of her awesome voice, of course.
The 2028 presidential elections, let's just put Dolly in charge for a couple of years, and I think we'll get this all straightened out. That's how much I love Queen of My Heart, Dolly Parton. That's Whitney's song now. Okay? That's Whitney's song. Death Valley belongs to LSU now. Now I'm not saying it can't be fixed, but maybe don't play all your games at noon, Clemson. Maybe don't play maybe give yourself that boisterous atmosphere that makes LSU LSU. That makes Willie B.
Maybe that boisterous atmosphere is the reason why they. No, it's because you can't get in and out of that place, so they got to give you 4 or 5 hours to get out of there.
All right, that's actually a fair argument. Look at up and down Clemson's schedule for the trap game. For the Danger Zone. That one was worth waiting for.
It was still on the moo. I could have just played the moo, but it was,
All right. Let's go with this. I have a spot for the Clemson Tigers where I think there are 2 games back to back. And based on how you want to approach it, either one of those 2 games could be the Danger Zone. That one felt worth it too. You got LSU to open it up. Then you got Troy. I'm going to keep it a buck. Georgia Tech is not a Danger Zone game to me. And it's not a Danger Zone game to me because 2 years ago, y'all went to Atlanta, Georgia to take on the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech. And they damn near got you. And they're better now. Haynes King's a dog. Jamal Haynes is back. The offensive line is run by head coach Brent Key, notorious football dude. This team's scary. This team's dangerous. That's not a trap game. You're aware of that. And you're back home for Syracuse on the road at North Carolina. I don't think North Carolina's a trap game. I think Dabo has the boys up. You got to look and you got to go, listen, fellas, even if on paper they're not all that much, the reality is, even though Rob Brown has been saying for a year now, however long it's been, that Bill Belichick's going to be an abject disaster in North Carolina, we can't go up there and play like that. We can't do it. We got to be ready.
Dabo going to name drop you when he actually?
I mean, I'd assume so.
Okay.
I'd assume so.
All right.
I'm I think I'm the only guy in the area who's out on Hoodie. I think I stand alone on this. I think Diesel and Cole are both in on Hoodie. I know you are. I think the fellas at the other station are all in on Hoodie too. I think I'm the only one who's not. But I'm still saying you better go up there prepared just in case. Just in case. At Boston College, back home for SMU, you know what SMU is. Then you got 2 home games before you're on the road at Louisville. I think you know what Louisville is. Louisville is, outside of Miami and SMU, the next best team in the ACC. Duke and Florida State are dangerous to you. Number 1, Manny Diaz at Duke. That team is bought in. Manny Diaz is bought in. And they got themselves a quarterback. They went and found a dude, remember, that they really like at quarterback. So they got a quarterback. They got weapons on the outside. This team, I think, is going to be a very interesting team this year to keep an eye on, the Duke Blue Devils. And then the question mark is, as we said a few minutes ago, what the hell is Florida State? If this is a bounce back year, if last year goes and gets written down as the biggest anomaly in the history of college football, the 2-10 season will go down as like the Amelia Earnhardt of college football seasons. Like, we don't know what happened there. We'll never get an answer. And this team is back. Maybe you get caught. Maybe you're prepared for Duke. You work for Florida State. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you go, Boys, Florida State's back. We better be ready. That goes back to being a rivalry game this year. It's not a cakewalk like it was the last decade and a half. We got to be ready for that. Maybe you overlook Duke. I'm not going to say that both of these games are a trap game. I'm going to say that these two teams, based on what each of them are, and based on what the games between SMU on the front end and Louisville on the back end of that look like, I'm going to say Duke or Florida State or Duke and Florida State are Clemson's games in the danger zone. Let's go to the Gamecocks of South Carolina. You ain't sneaking up on anybody this year. All of your highlight games are highlight games this year. Virginia Tech. Now, I'll keep it a buck. You're favored. You're going to be favored. You should be favored. You're a better football team. Brent Pry's on the hot seat this year at Virginia Tech. If he doesn't get it done this year at Virginia Tech, I think he is done at Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech's going to be up for this game. And considering you are a team that is going to be predicated based off of Lenora Sellers in your offense, and we all know that some offenses take a week or two to get going, you better get going right up out of the gate because Virginia Tech can get you. That being said, I don't think they will. SC State, Vanderbilt. Diego Pavia, I don't know. It should be, but you got SC State the week before. You should be fine. You got Missouri on the road the week after. You should be fine. Then you got Kentucky. Kentucky is a danger zone game for you. And here's why. Back half after Kentucky, you're at LSU. Premier game. You're back home for Oklahoma. If the Boomer Sooners are much better, the way that a lot of the media in Atlanta, Georgia did 2 weeks ago, that's a highlight game. Then you got Alabama coming to the crib. Highlight game. Then you're at Ole Miss. Y'all know what the Running Rebels did to you last year. I would make the argument that while we can complain about the Bama game, you shooting yourself in the foot, we can complain about the LSU game, the referees shooting you in the foot. Ole Miss is the game you needed to win. And if you win that game, you're in the playoffs. Ole Miss is a bit of a rivalry here. Then you're at the compound to take on the Colt, Texas A&M, back home for Coastal Clemson. Literally everything from LSU to Clemson, that's all highlight game. The entire back half of your schedule is highlight game. Kentucky is right before that stretch. Kentucky is right before that stretch. If South Carolina, coming off of, I'm going to assume, a win in the Battle of the Columbias, if you beat Mizzou, and you go, all right, Kentucky's down, worst Mark Stoops team. Yeah, it's a bit of a baby rivalry. It's a soft rivalry, but a rivalry nonetheless. However, they ain't that good. And we all know that our postseason destiny is going to be determined with the stretch of games of LSU on the road, Oklahoma, Alabama at home, at Ole Miss, at Texas A&M, Coastal, and Clemson at the crib. If you know your postseason destination is going to be determined in that stretch, is it possible that this team, a team that has not had the opportunity to, a reason to, in the past few years, look ahead, get caught zoning in later on down the schedule? That's because, respectfully, you haven't come into the season with postseason aspirations yet, or at least not in a very long time. You haven't been in this spot. Nobody on your team has been in a spot where you had playoff aspirations until what, like week 9 of last year, week 10 of last year? That's when it's like, oh, damn, maybe we can sneak in. Maybe we can slip in the back door, like maybe grab that 12 spot. That's it. You have not entered the season with postseason aspirations in a long time. So, if the team knows that they do, and again, Lenora Sellers said at SEC Media Days, he got asked, hey, man, a lot of folks think you're a Heisman Trophy contender. A lot of people think your team's a playoff contender. They're calling you La Heisman this year. How you feel about that? You know what he said? We embrace it. We know it. We understand it. We embrace it. We understand the expectations. We understand the hope and the optimism Gamecock fans have on us, and we want to do our damnedest to live up to that. My words, not his. I'm paraphrasing. But they know. Well, with knowing that you're a contender, that also means that you are subject to the mentality of a contender. And some contenders, they get beat because they get caught looking down the schedule. And good gosh almighty, do you have a reason to look down the schedule? You have, and I mean this, the most difficult final 7 weeks in college football. The back 7 weeks of your schedule is the most difficult back 7 weeks of anybody in college football. After wins over Vandy, Mizzou, you got Kentucky, and that's your look-ahead game. If you get to looking ahead at LSU, Oklahoma, Alabama, Ole Miss, A&M, Coastal, and Clemson, you know Mark Stoops would love to prevent you from putting on the fun glasses and dancing, boogieing in the locker room. You know he wants to take that from you. That's a premier game for him, especially if this is a hot seat year. A hot seat year to be put on the hot seat next year. That's your game, South Carolina fans, that exist in the danger zone. Texter said, why are you yelling? We can hear you. Well, welcome to the show because you're clearly listening for the first time. Texter, it's because I am enthusiastic about football. And we have less than 48 hours until we have the NFL Hall of Fame game. And from today, this moment right now, in 30 days from now, we'll have nighttime college football for week 1 as well. That's why I'm yelling, because I'm gassed. I'm also really excited about this sports flash.
I'm also gassed, but in a different way. The Atlanta Braves dropped Game 2 of their series with the Royals 9-6. The recently acquired Eric Fitty took the loss, giving up 4 earned runs on 5 hits. The Braves offense had 14 hits, including multi-base hits from Jurickson Profar, Ozzie Albies, Drake Baldwin, and Michael Harris II, and homers from Marcell Ozuna and Austin Riley. Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson is expected to end his holdout and report to the team today. According to reports, while the team has not announced an extension yet, it's believed his arrival is a good faith gesture to spark negotiations. The Los Angeles Aces, also known as the Las Vegas Aces because, they haven't moved again, ruined L.A. Sparks center Cameron Brink's return to the WNBA after months of rehabbing a torn ACL. Former Gamecock Asia Wilson converted her first 10 buckets en route to a 16-23, 34-point performance.
Dun, 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 dun.
That was nice.
Wait, did Luka just show up? and
Looking
start
like
hooping?
that, sitting down and made that shot.
God, Luka. Can't have everything, man. Luka Doncic is just going to absolutely infuriate me this year. You can't have everything, Luka. Luka showed up at a very famous street balling court over the weekend. I guess yesterday, and just didn't play. Well, I don't know if he played or not. I'm assuming he didn't play. He looked like he was in street clothes. Showed up, was sitting on the bleachers on the side of this court. Somebody passed him the rock to take a shot, and he did so without getting up from the bleachers. And you may or may not know this about a basketball court, but the bleachers are not on the basketball court. They're like out of bounds by like a not insignificant margin. And Luka, seated on the bleachers in street clothes, just heaves the rock, nothing but the bottom of the strings. Dude, you can't have everything, bro.
Much better than a Steph trick shot, just because Luka was sitting down.
I watched Steph hit one from the opposing tunnel on the other side of the court.
Have you seen where they proved like at least one of those didn't actually go in? It hit the bottom of the.
I have seen some of the ones, but I have also seen one where it goes in. I assume not doctored. I assume, but
well, and there's no chance that the Luka shot was doctored. I mean, that looked pretty live.
Yes, it did. We have asked the question of y'all, if you could steal Space Jam style for one day, one element of one athlete's game. I'm not talking about you're now that athlete. You have Tiger's golf game. I am saying you get one aspect of it. You can do one thing that they do exceptionally well. What is the one element that you were stealing? Who are you stealing it from, and what are you doing with it? Lonzo's answer, he's taking prime Kyrie's handles. He's heading back to OHIO. He's going to the old schoolyard blacktop, and he's putting the Utes on roller skates, which I respect the hell out of. Because my number 2 answer was I'm taking AI's handles, and I'm doing the same. I'm going to humiliate everybody down at the local Y, without a doubt. My number 1.
I have a number 2 really quick. My number 2 is taking one wrestler's ability, I don't know which one, to do a 450 splash. Just once. Just to be able to do it successfully once.
I would give you...
I mean, how amazing would that feel?
I will give you... who's the best high flyer of all time?
Go Mysterio, I guess. I don't know.
I'll give you their entire aerial moveset. How many of those are you going for? Just all of them, right? Just throwing everything.
If one day, that talent for one day, and you're able to hit every single one of them, you're doing everything in the arsenal.
Here's the thing. In the way that we set the game up, the third question was, what are you doing with it? Right? Like, you got all the moves. Do you know a guy who's got a ring? You can be like, hey, buddy, can I come on down and
there are people who are watching this show right now who have a ring.
Sure, but like, do you think you could make the phone call and be like, hey, listen, you're not going to believe this, but I can do all of Rey Mysterio's moves. Can you open up the gym for me? And is it set up? Because most of these like local indies, they got to break their ring down and reset it up for shows. Now, if you can pick whatever day you want, I'm showing up at a local wrestling show.
All right, here's the thing. I'll go up to North Carolina to Matt Hardy's house.
Go to the compound.
Friend of the show, Matt Hardy's house. Got a ring set up at all times. In his garage, I believe it is. I forget what he calls it exactly. And I'll do it there.
Texter said Ryan O'Day's ability to lose to Michigan every year. LOL. All right, that just seemed personal, Texter. That just seemed personal.
Have you seen that national trophy from last year, though? That's a national championship
It is.
trophy.
I've seen
it's
it.
Nice.
I've seen it. Here's a couple of texts that have come down so far. Texas said, the state of South Carolina doesn't have anything real. We should throw in the towel. No real USC, no real Death Valley, no real Carolina. I'll keep it a buck with you. I call South Carolina, Carolina all the time. Like, I understand that, yes, it is true. I've broadcasted around the country. I understand that anywhere else that you go, if you say Carolina, people think North Carolina. Yes, that's the unfortunate reality you deal with. I understand that anywhere else you go, if I say USC, yes, people think of the Trojans. That's the unfortunate reality that you deal with. First off, you ready for the hot take I had a couple of years ago when South Carolina did their short-lived rebrand?
It's that bad that you can't even say it. It's rebranding.
Seriously.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Rebrand of U of SC? Here's my hot take. I kind of liked it. I kind of thought it was solid. I kind of thought it was good. Already, by the way, most of the social media handles of the school are U of SC, right? Like you got beat to the punch. Most of the handles are U of SC. I liked it, but I'm also the guy who thought Washington football team was a dope-ass name for an NFL team. I know I'm outside the norm. I actually kind of liked it. I thought it was kind of good. You know what? Cool. We don't want to be USC. We'll be our own thing. I thought it was great. I refer to South Carolina as Carolina around here because anybody I'm talking to around here, that's all that matters. As I've said about Dabo Swinney in years gone by, outside of our area, people think he's kind of a yoke. People think he's kind of a doof to some degree. Here's the thing. Who in the cares what they think? Who cares? It doesn't matter. What matters is what you think of it, what you ride with, and do you beat them? And if the answers are yes, then who cares? Yes. I've been to Baton Rouge a lot of times, and I'm going to tell you that if one of those two stadiums deserves the title of Death Valley, even if you had it first, it's Baton Rouge. But do you know what you have the opportunity to do? Beat them. We are 31 days to the day away from them coming to your house. You want to slap that moniker down? You want to slap that conversation down? Beat their ass in your Death Valley. And what are they going to say after that? Well, we're still the real Death Valley. Cool. Head on back, losers. Like, who cares, man? Who cares? All right. Let's see here. What I've Buckeye Mike says, Osprey, bruv, is the best. That's actually a pretty good pick. Another texter said Jimmy Superfly Snuka was the best high flyer of all time. Yeah, but we don't really talk about Superfly anymore.
Yeah, and plus, not with all the aerial things that people can do today. I mean, Snuka was he was a pioneer, I guess.
Yeah, he also did a murder.
Yeah,
so that's
well,
not ideal. Not ideal. Jersey Joe texted, he said, I'm taking Joey Chestnut's eating skills so I can really kick some hot dog butt at the Greenville Drive annual hot dog eating contest.
Dude,
you don't even
winning.
need it, Jersey Joe. You've won the damn thing, 22 times in a row?
So you just want to shame them.
Yeah, at this point, you're just doing it for embarrassment purposes, which don't get me wrong, I'm good with. I literally want Iverson's skill so I can go put a bunch of, high schoolers in their place.
With
I get
me.
it.
I just want to go down. Yeah, just make her go, oh my gosh, who was that white boy?
I get it. Little brother checked in with Jacksonville State, the real Gamecocks. Yeah, thanks for starting it up there, youngin'.
Yeah, I don't think that's working, Sean.
No, I don't think it is either. Yeah. I don't like it. Kevin said, alternate lifestyle guys like Dolly too. Cool. That means she's really great at being Dolly. That's fantastic. Because if there's one group of people,
you could probably say alternate lifestyle girls also like Dolly. I mean, if you want to do that.
There's nobody of any group who doesn't like Dolly Parton. Everybody loves Dolly Parton. Everybody loves Dolly Parton.
Maybe Jolene. Jolene doesn't, but she was going to whip Jolene's butt. Probably did.
No, she wasn't going to. She straight up she wrote a song pleading Jolene, please don't take my man. That's not, yo, Jolene, you take my man, I'm going to kick your ass. I'll snatch the wig in the parking lot. She didn't say that. She said, Jolene, you're smoking hot. Please don't take my man.
At that time, when that song was written, you probably didn't want to throw that stuff in there. Today, you could do that and it would be perfectly acceptable. You probably snatched Jolene's wig off her head and just a hockey beat her.
Meet me in the parking lot at 5. Like, that's a different vibe to the song, right?
I like it, though.
Yeah, no, that might be the next parody. Steven says, give me Messi's ability and a guest contract for a day, and I'm headed down to Greenville to have some fun with the Triumph. More specifically, his game in 2022 against Estonia where he scored 5. He's got a couple of those in the back pocket. But I said, Steven, one aspect of the game. I'll tell you what it is. Messi's control with the ball. Give me the control with the ball. Messi's the dude that's going to dribble into the middle. He's going to draw 9 of 10 defenders over to him, and everybody's going to be open. I'm not going to score a goal, but a lot of my boys are.
I would say the majority of the people who would take this superpower from somebody want to either make money or embarrass somebody.
Yes, correct.
It's not just about how good it makes you feel.
Correct.
It's what you can get out of it, I suppose.
There's a couple of feel-good ones. Like, yeah, I do think it would be cool to feel what it feels like to have a ball come off the end of the bat and travel into another solar system like Mark McGwire. Like, I think that'd be really cool. But, I either want to profit off someone or humiliate them. Without a doubt, that's the right play. All right, we got a few more things that we need to get to on the radio program today. Let's go with this one. The trade deadline is tomorrow in Major League Baseball. Report came out yesterday that there are some discussions that are happening about some big names around the landscape of Major League Baseball. Before we get to them, though, I would like to address one quick thing that is taking place right now. Apparently, Guardians reliever Emmanuel Clase is on leave from Major League Baseball. Now, Emmanuel Clase, who was an all-star, Emmanuel Clase, who was rumored to be on the trade block for the Guardians, and if he was, I think would likely fetch the highest prize on the trade market, is now not going to be traded. And it's not because the Guardians weren't ever going to and they were just throwing it out there for attention or whatever. It's because Emmanuel Clase has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave through August 31st, which is the trade deadline, while, according to Major League Baseball, they continue an investigation into a link, possibly, potentially, to sports gambling. MLB statement in full reads, quote, per an agreement with the MLBPA, Cleveland Guardians pitcher Emmanuel Clase has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave through games on August 31st. While MLB continues its sports betting investigation, we will not comment further until the investigation has been completed, end quote. In a game a couple of days ago, Clase, who is in his 5th season with the Guardians, is rocking a 3.23 ERA in 47 1/3 innings across 48 appearances. In a game a few days ago, Emmanuel Clase went to the bump. And in the, I believe, 3, maybe 4 innings that he worked, and he normally doesn't go that deep in, but you can wager, and this is actually, even as a sports betting dude, even as a guy who talks about sports gambling for a living, as a dude who every now and then likes to put a little scratch down and have some fun with the sports. There is one thing about sports gambling that I would like to see go away, and that is micro bets. Micro bets are bets that you can make on any one specific individual thing in a game. So, for instance, one thing that you can bet on in basketball, you can bet on the method of the first bucket scored. Three-pointer, jump shot, free throw, layup, dunk. You can bet on how the first bucket is scored. In baseball, one of the micro bets that you can make is the result of the first pitch of any inning. You can bet that the pitch is either going to be a ball, a strike, or a hit. And I don't love that. I don't love that because that is going to create a ton of temptation for a lot of people over something that can be fixed without impacting the game all that much. Emmanuel Clase went out to the bump for his work and was not just throwing on the first pitch of a few innings, balls. They were awful. Spiking in the dirt 6 inches before the plate. A good 8-9 inches off the plate. This is from an all-star closer. A guy that as a closer is rocking an ERA under 3.5. A guy who's an all-star. A guy who was expected, though he will not now, obviously. A guy who was expected to maybe fetch the highest trade return of any pitcher heading towards tomorrow's deadline. And now that's not going to happen because he's being investigated for gambling. He is suspended through tomorrow's game, and I'm going to assume that there's not going to be a Major League Baseball team that is going to be willing to make a big offer and take a big swing on a pitcher who is not just suspended, and that suspension could be extended if the investigation is not completed by tomorrow. But on a pitcher who may very well not be able to return to the team and maybe not return to the game of baseball. He might be barred. We'll find out what this investigation turns up. Selfishly, the reason that I hate this and the reason that even though y'all know me, I am a big live and let live guy. If what somebody else is doing isn't impacting you, leave them the hell alone. Doesn't matter what they're doing. If they love somebody you don't think they should love, leave them the hell alone. It's not impacting you. If they are out protesting in a way that you don't think they should be protesting, as long as they're not hurting anybody or making anybody else's life tougher, leave them the hell alone. Whatever. Leave people alone. Let people do what they want to do. Even as that being my guiding philosophy, I think micro bets should not be allowed. And this is why. Because what I don't want is for one day, some dude in a jumpsuit to walk up to a guy like Emmanuel Clase and go, hey, man, tell you what, I'm going to throw $250,000 down that the first pitch of the 7th inning tonight's going to be a ball. So why don't you go ahead and spike that thing and I'll cut you a check for $100K. And have a pitcher go, you know what? I can do that. I can do that. It's one pitch. And there's a good chance it was going to be a ball anyway. So I just make it a ball, take it as a ball, make 50 grand, 75 grand, 100 grand, and then I'll pitch the rest of the game the right way. That temptation should not exist. And on top of that, if you are the type of person who gambles on the first pitch of this inning is going to be a ball or a strike, you're the type of person to whom my co-host on the BetMGM Network would say, call the number, dog. You need to talk to somebody. I hate this story. I hate what it's done to baseball. I hate what it's doing for the trade deadline. And I hate selfishly what it's doing to people like me who enjoy it responsibly, do it the right way. It sucks. It just does. All around. Dewey has a take on the Braves heading towards the trade deadline tomorrow. I will address it when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, step it away for uno momento. Stay right there, por favor. spend a ton of time on it, but I do want to address a text we got out of the last segment of the show. Dewey texted the show. Dewey said the Braves need to trade the following: Matt Olson, Michael Harris II, Marcell Ozuna, Ozzie Albies. Dewey, here's the spot that we're in. We being the Atlanta Braves. Of course, I'm obviously one of them, so we. Here's the spot you're in as a Braves fan. The spot you are in as a Braves fan is that you can't trade Matt Olson. First and foremost, and this is something that I think Braves fans need to kind of hone in on. Matt Olson has had some cold streaks this year. I'm not going to argue with that. But I want you to go look at his numbers. And what you will find is that if you look at it statistic by statistic up and down the roster, you'll find out that Matt Olson is actually playing pretty similar baseball to Freddie Freeman. I think a lot of Braves fans are still hung up because Matt Olson's biggest problem is that he's not Freddie. When Freddie left Atlanta and Matt Olson was brought in to take his spot, I think a lot of Braves fans kind of hold it against Matt Olson. It's not on Matt Olson. He was in then Oakland, now not Oakland. He got a deal to come play for the Braves. He had nothing to do with that. Go look at Matty Olson's numbers, and you'll find out you got the best possible replacement for Freddie Freeman. And in a lot of statistics, he's actually playing better ball. He is the best, in my opinion, the best defensive first baseman in baseball, which is a huge spot that you have to have right now. He is one of the best defensive first basemen in baseball. He is, I will say this as a definitive statement, he is a better first baseman defensively than Freddie Freeman. You upgraded on defense. Freddie's very good. Matt Olson is a better and younger defensive first baseman. Offensively, at the dish, Matt Olson's numbers are very comparable to Freddie Freeman's and actually outpace Freddie in a handful of spots. I had them all written down. Unfortunately, I don't have that sheet in front of me. They were part of my prep for Bet for the Cycle on Saturday. I have all of that at the crib. I'll see if I can find it and bring them to you tomorrow to bring it up. Dewey says Matt Olson isn't a leader. Is there a leader in that clubhouse right now? Like, I mean, I get it. I understand what you're saying. Like, nah. Right now, nobody in that clubhouse is a leader. Right now, I don't think anybody in that clubhouse wants to be led at this point. That's not on Matt Olson either. Now, as far as the rest, Michael Harris II, I wouldn't disagree. Problem is, while Michael Harris II has been white hot since Saturday, he's been white hot since Saturday. Michael Harris was a dude that you and I, Dewey, I'm not talking about the experts here. I'm talking about you and I. A few weeks ago, one of the few non-combative exchanges you and I have had, Dewey, was in agreement that Michael Harris II needed to be sent down to Gwinnett to find his stroke again because he was miserable at the plate. If I recall correctly, the number was like 120 some odd, 30 some odd, maybe higher at bats without a walk. That's insane. That's genuinely insane that a pro baseball player can go north of 120. And I don't remember what the number was. For some reason, my brain is telling me that it was like 190. But it was some stupid high number, well in the triple digits, at bats without a walk. And on top of all that, you couldn't hit the baseball. You just couldn't hit the baseball. The problem that the Braves have bumped into with the strategy that they have employed the last couple of years of find dudes, develop dudes at Gwinnett, bring them up. If they have a great year, just sign them to a big fat extension ASAP so that you have a young core of dudes that you have their futures under club control for a very long time. The problem that you are having right now in Atlanta is that a lot of these guys are having a great run, getting the extension, and then they just kind of fade. Like they were either a one-year wonder or an anomaly or whatever, and then they just kind of fade. Michael Harris II, one of those guys. I hate to acknowledge it because last year in the offseason, I was saying, I think Austin Riley is an NL MVP candidate one day. Not even close. And that's not to say he can't get there, but I'm saying he is further from it now than he was in the offseason entering last baseball season. But you got him on an extension locked up for a lot of money. You can't get rid of him. Nobody's going to want that contract for a guy performing the way he is. If he was still on his first contract, on his young contract, yeah, not only is he a trade piece, but you're probably getting a pretty hefty haul for him right now. There are two guys on your entire roster, Dewey. There are two guys that I think you are going to trade, that you're going to get a return that makes it worth it. And those two guys are Sean Murphy and Marcell Ozuna. That's it. Now, Murphy, the Braves have already said they are not interested in moving. I'm going to keep it a buck. I think the reason that they said that is because Marcell Ozuna was dinged up and the numbers started to fall. And I think they believe because Drake Baldwin, who was for a hot minute there in the Rookie of the Year conversation, and I realistically think if he was an everyday catcher, he would be the Rookie of the Year, or at least he'd be in the last two or three. When Baldwin was hot and playing great ball, and before Marcell Ozuna was dinged up and was playing good ball at the DH spot, Sean Murphy was probably a movable piece. But Marcell Ozuna, who has been on the pine for a couple of games, he did come back out and play last night, which I also kind of found interesting. I'm like, dude, I sit him down, let him rest, right? Like, there's no need. It doesn't matter. You're not coming back from where you are. You're not getting back in the mix. You're 16 games off 500, 16 games out of the division. If you were 8 or 9, I'd be like, all right, if you want to make a Pickett's last stand kind of desperation effort here, sure. But no, can't happen. So sit him down, let him rest up, let him be trade bait. That way, when you dangle him out there on the block on Thursday, you would be able to tell teams, listen, he's going to need a few weeks to get back to full speed ahead, but we've had him sat for 2. He's already knocked out 2 of the 4 to 6 weeks that he will have to sit to get fully healthy. I don't know why the hell Marcell Ozuna was back in the lineup last night unless you just ran out of people as a whole, like in the dugout, which I can't imagine was the case. Ozuna's still worth something, and considering I expect tomorrow at the MLB trade deadline, there's not going to be a lot of sluggers. There's not going to there's a couple. Eugenio Suarez was probably on that list, but he took an HBP to the hand the other day, and there are questions. We are still waiting to find out. What's going to happen. Is he going to be available? Can he play? Because if so, he probably is going to decrease the price you could get for Ozuna. But if he is going to have to miss extended time because his hand's broken, which you take a heater off the hand, you're probably going to have something pop in there. If Eugenio Suarez is unavailable for a few weeks or months because he's got a broken bone in his hand, the price for a Marcell Ozuna goes up because there's just not a lot of pure DHs that are going to be available. The other thing you have to realize here, and I'm not saying you don't, Dewey, this is more of a general statement, but I think the other thing that you have to realize here is you're not getting back anybody that makes an impact now. You are making a trade hoping that you can completely restock the farm. Single A, double A, triple A. You are hoping you can restock the farm at every level. And law of averages says if you bring in 7, 8, 9, 10 prospects, 2 or 3 of them down the line turn into pretty good Major League ball players. I think Michael Harris is a possibility, but again, he's been hot for 4 days. Like, you also have to put into perspective the previous 90 games where he was not good. I think Ozzie Albies might be the guy that you could make a move on. The problem is Ozzie has been wildly streaky. And you've got him on a big contract, which means that either A, you're not going to get a big-time return out of the guy, and if you're not going to get a big-time return out of the guy, maybe you just leave him on the roster and hope that this was just a bad year. It's a bad year for everybody in Atlanta. There's something going around in the locker room. It's a bad year. You hope that he's able to take the offseason, maybe spend some time playing some developmental ball somewhere, and he can get his stroke back. And he goes back to being the guy you paid him to be. Because either A, you're going to ask a team to take on that contract, in which case they're going to say, okay, but we're going to take 2-3 prospects out of the deal in return, or you're going to end up paying a part of his contract anyway. And it's not that the Braves are cash strapped. They are not. The problem is, since they sold and went public, and this is the spot that when this happened, and we talked about it on the show, I was nauseous at that point. By selling and going public and allowing a bunch of rich dudes to become the controlling interest of this team, whose only objective is not win World Series in Atlanta, what's the objective of rich people in control of a business? Make money. As much of it as you can. That's it. There is one thing that matters. Bottom line and dividends. Nothing else. And so if you are asking this baseball team, and this is my honest to goodness biggest fear, a team whose objective is merger, dividend, bottom dollar, whatever other big investment terms you want to use here. If any team has that as their objective, long-term development does not matter to them. Long-term development is an irrelevant concept to them. They are not going to say, if we move these two guys, we're probably going to be bad next year, but in 2027, we might have a damn good baseball team. Because that means they got to wait until 2027 to see a payoff. Which means they could lose money and that bottom line could go down for a year. And at the end of the day, for a business, not an owner or a small ownership group that cares, for a business who does not have a guy, the only thing that matters is the people who own the stock. And I promise you, Dewey, you and me ain't got the stock like some of these highfalutin folks in big, tall ivory towers in Atlanta have stock in this team. They don't care. They don't want to wait until 2027 for an ROI. They want it now. So they'll keep the names that sell jerseys and sell tickets, and you're going to pay for it, man. You're going to pay for it. How long has it taken the Packers to get back to being good? Get my point? Get my drift? It's just not a good spot for the Atlanta Braves. All right, let's get away from baseball. When we come back here in just a minute, got a couple of NFL stories and some goofy ones that we'll share with you before we ask what the X is going on and get the hell up out of here for the day. Rob Lonzo and you. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Oh, man. All right, guys. Hang out just a second. I'll be right back. The Rob Brown Show is live on your radio. Wrapping up the broadcast day. Got a few more thoughts I want to get to here. I was yesterday after the show was talking to a friend of mine and down in Florida who watches the stream every day. And I was asked why it is. We had a chuckle yesterday because there was a point, and I don't even remember what the segment was about, but we had a conversation yesterday because in the middle of one of the network talking head shows, the debate shows that happen when we're watching the TV in the AM, they were doing, I thought, like a couple of really interesting NFL segments, and then just wedged in the middle was like a random Dallas Cowboy Dak Prescott segment. And so, like, just pointed at the TV. He's like, look at this crap. They didn't say that. Didn't have to. The point was all I needed. And, you know, I've said before, it gets infuriating with so much going on in the league. So my buddy said, I tuned in for a little while, and he heard the segment where I said, you can tell the difference in Philadelphia and Dallas. And you can tell that the difference between Philadelphia and Dallas right now is not necessarily the talent. Because honestly, I don't think they're separate. I mean, they're separated, but like not by that much in talent. The difference is how the team is run. And I played you 3 clips yesterday to illustrate that. The first clip I played was from Howie Roseman, the GM of the Eagles. I think maybe the best general manager in American professional sports right now. And Howie Roseman got asked in a press conference not too long ago, you got all of your third years done. Third year being rookies drafted 3 years ago. They earned an extension. You got them all done pretty quick, really before anybody else did. Why? What's your philosophy on getting that done so quickly? And the response from Howie Roseman was, we want guys to know that if they come here and if they perform and if they dedicate and if they get after it, they can stay here for a long time and they can be rewarded in this program, in this franchise. So we want to get them paid. Like guys that earn it, we want to get them paid. And then I played you a clip from Jerry Jones talking about Micah Parsons. And Jerry was fighting through excuses why the best defensive player on his team, Micah Parsons, to the chagrin of Cowboys fans, who at camp over the weekend were screaming at Jerry Jones to get that deal done so that Micah doesn't bounce and head somewhere else. Jerry said, well, you know, he might get hurt. You know, might get hurt. We might lose him. Then we're paying a whole bunch of money to a guy who can't play. To which my response was, well, if you're not willing to get it done to pay the guy based on a fear of the bad thing that might happen, doesn't Micah Parsons have the right to increase his asking price because of the good things that might happen? Hey, what if I'm a Pro Bowler? What if I get bitten by a radioactive wasp, stung by a radioactive wasp, which we're going to get to here in like 2 minutes because I have to, and become the greatest defensive player of all time? That's a possibility. So I should up the asking price. The point that I was making, and then I played a clip from Micah Parsons himself when he was asked, hey, man, like, do you think a deal's getting done? What's the status and how do you feel? And he was like, yeah, it's discouraging. I see other guys like me around the league getting paid, and I'm happy for them, and I wish we had that same energy here. And you can tell, like, he's frustrated. And when a guy gets frustrated and fed up, eventually even the toughest SOBs break and go, screw this, I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore. I wanted to stick it out. I wanted to be the guy. I can tell you, I've had a couple of jobs that I went into, like, I am going to kick ass at this job. And then I get broken by the manager, by the owner, by the boss, by the customers, by the job itself, whatever. I get broken and I go, you know what, screw this. I'm a pretty stubborn butthole. But I'm like, I'm done. I'm not doing this. I'm frustrated. I'm out. Well, guess what? Because he is incapable of not doing this, Jerry Jones was in front of a microphone again yesterday.
Do you think Micah's side is as serious about this negotiation right now as you guys are?
Oh, yes. Obviously, Mike, first of all, does want to get paid. He's getting paid. You know, he gets about 20-something million right now. And that's pretty easy, 20 million standing there watching practice out there at the same time we're going on. But seriously, I don't have a lot to say about it. We'll see where this goes, but this is commonplace. It's commonplace around the NFL. It's commonplace here.
Okay, Jera. Okay, Jera.
Come on. I think that's funny. That an owner is finally calling out some players.
Yeah.
I think it's funny.
Yeah.
So if the player is doing that to the owner, you'd be laughing, but you're not laughing. Is it just because it's Jerry Jones?
If the player was doing what to the owner?
Making snide comments, being sarcastic, whatever.
It's not the snide comment. It's not. You know me. I love a snide comment. It's not the snide comment. It's the, I guess it is the snide comment of, he's getting paid $20 million, easy $20 million. Dude, you just watched Max Crosby get paid. Myles Garrett get paid. TJ Watt get
to
paid.
Stand on the sidelines and watch practice is what he said.
Correct.
Yeah, there's a difference. Those other guys got paid and they're playing.
Why are they playing? Because they got paid before camp. Because they got taken care of. Is Max Crosby better than Micah Parsons? No. I'd say they're on the same plane at the best. I am telling you, no.
Okay.
Micah Parsons a better football player.
I think it's a matter of opinion. I think they're in the same sentence.
Okay, they're in the same sentence. Fine. Why is Max Crosby getting paid $30 million more a year, or whatever the number is, than Micah Parsons?
Scary tattoos.
Why did he get that done way before? I guess you could say maybe he met Mark Davis in a dark alley. Because I'll give him whatever the hell he wants.
Exactly.
So leave me alone. Maybe so. What? The Browns paid Myles Garrett. The Browns even said, we know how important it is, and we got to get that guy paid.
There's a video out there of Stipe Miocic being at Browns camp and Myles Garrett standing next to Stipe. Same situation. That's a big man.
Then let me put it this way. If Myles Garrett's scared of you, Micah Parsons is scared of you, right? That's not. Here's the thing. Here's the takeaway. Jerry, either say the deal's done or stop getting microphones. Like, seriously, help me help you, Jerry Jerry Jones.
I don't like Dallas, so I don't care. I think it's hilarious. I think it's funny. And I just don't pull for the team.
I don't either.
If it's my team, it bothers me. It's not my team, never going to be my team, so I think it's funny what he said.
It has gotten so bad with this guy that I am frustrated on behalf of Cowboys fans. And I love when the Cowboys fans are sad, and I'm bummed for them.
That's what I don't get. That's what you should be enjoying this. This should be a fun conversation, but instead you're wanting to defend a Cowboys player.
It is more along the lines of, it's just to further illustrate that bad management and ownership can hold you down better than an all-time quarterback can lift you up. Hey, we found radioactive wasps in South Carolina. They found a wasp nest. I don't know if it was like glowing green or making loud buzzing noises that weren't the wasp.
The pictures, I don't know if they were doctored or not. They look green. So I'm just saying.
I don't know how they found this out or what it was to say. Maybe we should get the Geiger counter and figure it out. But they found a wasp nest.
That's easy. Wasp Man showed up.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
he got stung by the radioactive wasp.
He's a mix
between Spider-Man and the Hulk. It's an amazing thing.
Every one of us that saw this story yesterday, every nerd dude that saw this story yesterday, all had the immediate same reaction, which is, I'd take one. I'd take one just to see, right? Like maybe, just maybe. With everything going on in the freaking world right now, with all that's happening out there, now we have radioactive wasps that we have to deal with. What is happening?
Well, remember the location, and all I can say is
I'm not gonna lie. I just know it's in South Carolina. I don't remember where it was.
It's somewhere around, I believe a nuclear power station. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I think so. And some of you probably eat the fish out of there. I hope Cole didn't eat the fish out of there.
What is radioactive wasp? We don't have enough to worry about right now in this planet, and now we got to deal with radioactive wasps.
Who likes wasps anyway? I don't care if they're radioactive or not. Kill them if you can.
I got nothing.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
It is scary, but it's not surprising. All right, the first
radioactive wasp.
Yeah, I read it. It was like, let me see the source. Oh, okay.
It's like legit.
Yeah, I think it was Fox Carolina that I saw it on. I was like, okay, yeah, they're probably not going to throw something out there that's not real. All right, the first thing it's Xing is CM Punk.
Okay. I don't know if this is why, but this is 100% in my mind. What I'm going to say is why. WWE's most recent television show, which is called Unreal.
Yes.
Unreal dropped yesterday on Netflix.
I watched 2 episodes so far.
I will be checking in on it today.
This is why he's Xing, by the way.
Okay. It is a show that goes behind the scenes, and it treats WWE the way you would see it as if you were an actor who worked there. The wrestlers are out of kayfabe. It is not them in character. It is who they are as actors, setting up, talking about the show. It's behind the scenes, listening to the production team as the team goes on. And there is a scene that showed up on my social media, and I'm not going to lie because I am a child in a 40-year-old man's body. I laughed my ass off. The one with Charlotte, where Punk and I believe it was Randy Orton were having a conversation, asking each other.
One of the War Raiders,
and I think Ivar, one of the War Raiders.
There was the bigger one, yeah.
A group of the boys in the ring, and they were telling this story about apparently how each one of them has at least on one occasion crapped their pants in the ring during a match. And that's like a thing that happens.
Yeah, football players do that sometimes.
Sure. And listen, you take a big hit.
Yeah.
Stuff comes out. It's going to happen, right?
Especially if you had a big
And
one.
then Punk absolutely and hilariously decides to ask Charlotte Flair, who was stretching in the ring, hey, Charlotte, you ever bleep your pants in the ring? And she's like, what? And he goes, have you ever bleeped your pants in the ring? And she's like, no, dude. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. But I have peed a little. That I haven't gotten to that episode yet. So the first couple episodes, I have learned some things that I speculated about. I'm not going to go into it, but I speculated about how things were run, and it's confirmed, and I thought it was cool. So, and for all you people out there, it's not real. Yeah, they know that too. Okay, it's still real, and it hurts, and sometimes you get hit hard enough that you pee. All right, the next thing that's Xing is Ben Johnson. Okay, so Ben Johnson is Xing, I think, because of the fact that things don't look like they're going great for the Bears right now. We're only a couple days in. Like, I'm not panicked. I am intrigued by this, but the video coming out from the Bears, and remember, propaganda extravaganza. The majority of what is happening is in front of media sessions where most NFL teams are just going to like stretch and then do the things they're most comfortable doing. So the media gets good film, and then the team's going to put out the rest. But there are a couple of clips that have come out that aren't so great for Chicago. Number one, and I am a believer in Caleb Williams, but they put out some clips of him that do not look good. But again, he's drinking through a fire hose right now, right? Like he's got his third offensive coordinator. It's a new head coach. There's a lot going on. Number two, they ran a trick play at practice the other day, and I swear to you, I'm not trying to be disparaging because I do believe in Ben Johnson, and I think this team's going to be better this year. They look like a damn middle school team running a trick play. It was pathetic.
Not just that, but DJ Moore had some things to say. You should check that out.
Yeah. Give me the nuts and bolts real quick.
No, I don't recall exactly what it was, but it was very disparaging. And I haven't confirmed it was actually him. It could have been Dr. Day stuff. So, but it looked like him on the show talking about it. And finally, the last thing that's Xing, sadly, is tsunami.
So there was a massive earthquake off the coast of Russia yesterday, and apparently California is now under a tsunami watch. It is possible that a massive tsunami could make its way to the West
I've seen video.
Coast.
It looks like it's already getting hit some.
Yeah, they are expecting that this thing could be as tall as 4 feet traveling the ocean. What I read this morning, I don't know that this is true, is that rule of thumb is for every foot that it is in the open ocean, you multiply it by 3 when it gets into shallow coastal water. So this thing could be 12, 14, 20 feet tall. Listen, if you are making jokes about California right now, that's gross. It's not cool. People's lives are in danger if this is a real thing. Stop. And our thoughts and vibes are with the folks out in the California. That's it for us. Hope you enjoyed the show. Thanks for being here. If it didn't, it's probably your own fault. Come back tomorrow. We'll try harder and do it all again. And ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow's football day in America. Hall of Fame game. We're breaking it down. He's Lonzo. I'm Rob. Have a great day. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. See you back here tomorrow to do it all over again, but better on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Later.
Hawaii's also under.
Yeah,
so
well,
I'm gonna watch too. Yeah. Thing is, you see video and you don't know if it's actual video or
Yeah.
someone's posting something that is from years ago or something.
I am not a proponent of the no regulation or governance on AI for 10 years that is being discussed, predominantly because I think there should be some sort of rule in a time like this where fake AI footage of things like tsunamis and stuff, like that should not be a thing, because you are
Possibly
potentially gonna put
endangering
people's lives
lives.
in danger because they go, oh, let's just say I nothing to be afraid of, and then they don't follow evacuation orders or whatever. And I genuinely think that could end up being massively problematic.
And yes, Steven, that could be why Cole's that fast. It died an ugly death a long time ago, Steven.
Is Radian due to? Yes. Well, no, it's not dead, but it's in a coma.
Well, people don't like each other now, and there's a lot
There was a lot behind the scenes.
there's a lot of things going on. So, but yeah, I just and mostly it's all Rob's fault.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I accept that.
I mean, I'm not being mean I'm just being accurate.
It came down to Stephen. The unfortunate reality about aging is that the older you get, the progressively more difficult it becomes to get multiple adults together for a thing in one place at the same time.
Or just one adult. just one adult. That one over there. Because the majority of the people in the show were already there on Saturday. So hey, you're busy, you got a lot of jobs. And then there was marriage in there and other stuff.
There was a marriage in
yeah,
there,
yeah.
and that did cut into my D&D time.
My twist was killer. It would have been awesome.
With that room of people, I had zero doubt that there were going to be a few moments throughout that campaign.
When I had to kill Matthew's owl, it would have been a problem.
Yeah, because that might have started a real life problem. That genuinely may have started a real life.
I already told him because I know we're
okay.
probably not gonna here's why I was going to kill your owl if you didn't keep that thing away from me.
Oh, so he knew?
He does now.
Okay.
Yeah. He didn't then, no. I wouldn't spoil that surprise.
Got it. Rob has 180 jobs. Not quite 180, but I have slowed down a little bit because it's the
Steven, come on. Oh no, you meant
in the game,
yeah,
dude.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was the DM. Someone
Right.
else could have taken over, yes, but
The problem I was both most of the characters and none.
Chris could have very easily stepped in. But
Yeah, so technically it's Chris's fault.
what for waiting
not
for
to
you?
Yeah, technically it's Chris's fault. All right, dudes, got a jet, got a bunch to do. I appreciate you all being here. You're all amazing people. Tell your friends about us. Alonzo and I can retire, but on our own choice. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Hasta luego. Goodbye.